ready?
Yeah.
I'm good here.
All right. Of course, now I have to get a frog, right? All right. I call the 2,369th meeting of the Milwaukie City Council to order. This meeting is being held in person at City Hall and by video conference. The public may participate in this meeting by coming to City Hall or joining the Zoom webinar. The meeting is being broadcast live on the city's YouTube channel and on Comcast Cable Channel 30 in city limits. There will be opportunities for the public to speak during this meeting. If you would like to address council, you may come to City Hall. However, seating in chambers is limited. If you are interested in speaking, please let staff know by filling out a yellow comment card for those at City Hall or by emailing ocr@milwaukieoregon.gov for those on Zoom. When it is time to take public comment, staff will monitor the comment cards, email inbox, and Zoom participant list, and chat. We will take comments in the order that they are received and seen. Written comments may be emailed to ocr@milwaukieoregon.gov. Spanish translation services are available upon request. The public is asked to request translation and other meeting accessibility services at least 48 hours before the meeting. Contamos con servicio de traducción al español cuando sea solicitado. Se pide al público que solicite servicios de traducción y otros servicios de accesibilidad para reuniones por lo menos 48 horas antes de la reunión. Translation services are also available in other languages. All right, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The city of Milwaukie respectfully acknowledges that our community is located on the ancestral homeland of the Clackamas people. In 1855, the surviving members of the Clackamas signed the Willamette Valley Treaty, also known as the Kalapuya, etc. Treaty, with the federal government in good faith. We offer our respect and gratitude to the indigenous people of this land. Announcements. Am I clear enough with this mask on? Is it good? Okay. The city is hosting free leaf drop sessions for anyone who lives in the city limits. The next one is on Saturday, November 19th from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Johnson Creek building. Bring along a utility bill as proof of residency. The service is free, but the city will be collecting non-perishable food for local families in need for anyone that would like to contribute. Visit downtown for a special Thanksgiving farmers market on Sunday, November 20th from 9:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. The market is the Sunday prior to Thanksgiving, so it's a great time to stock up on local produce, crafts, gift ideas, and other seasonal shopping. Milwaukie City Manager Ann Ober invites you to another open door session on Tuesday, November 29th from 9 to 10 a.m. here at City Hall. Ask questions, raise concerns, or just find out more about what the city is doing. No sign up is necessary. The annual umbrella parade and tree lighting returns on Saturday, December 3rd from 4 to 6 p.m. Join the Milwaukie tradition of decorating umbrellas and parading through downtown, ending with the lighting of the tree. Everyone is welcome to decorate an umbrella and participate in the parade. Prizes will be awarded for most creative, most festive, and most Milwaukie. And best of all, this year, the event will once again include free hot cocoa and cookies. Lastly, please save the date for the return of the Winter Solstice and Christmas Ships event on Saturday, December 17th from 4:30 to 7:30 p.m. This annual celebration at Milwaukie Bay Park includes warm fires and tasty treats to enjoy while watching the combined fleet of the Christmas Ships parade, a tradition since 1954. Check the city website for more information about the event, including what food and drinks will be available for purchase, what times we expect the ships to sail by, and the best ways to get to and from this very popular event. For more information about each of these events and others, please visit the city's homepage at milwaukeeoregon.gov or call 503-786-7555. Anything to add?
I don't have anything to add. Just
Buddy?
happy Thanksgiving to everyone.
Kathy? Council President Heise is joining us by Zoom tonight.
I have nothing to add.
Okay. Thanks. All right. Our next item is the Milwaukie High School Outstanding Student Award, and this will be presented by our Milwaukie High School Principal, Kim Kellogg.
I'll have to switch. You know, we're here, but we can try.
Okay, yeah, we at least have a plan where we're going. So I always start off, I don't know if I always need to start off with this about what our criteria is when I'm selecting students, but one of these three criteria, and sometimes people meet all three of those, but that they contribute to and make an impact on their community. They strive for excellence in academics, activities, and athletics in any passion area, and that they've or if they've overcome an obstacle. And it's showing great growth in that. So with this, Logan is our senior student of the month, and I have so many wonderful things to say about Logan, as well as teachers that have given comments as we've gone through. So I'll share that with you in a moment, but Logan has a 4.0. He's a 3-sport athlete. In 9th and 10th grade, he was on our equity team. He's been on principals council. And then in cross country, he's been on cross country for 4 years, but he ran well before that. He's been first, was first in league this year, second in state. And so I really enjoyed just even the last year when I came to the school watching Logan and all of that. He is just an excellent athlete. And as you're going to hear from staff, excellent student and bringing community together and wonderful with his peers. Logan has also played basketball for 4 years at high school. And again, before he came to high school, 4 years on varsity. He was 2 times first team all league. He's been on track for all 4 years, and he got 3rd in state, and he runs the 1500 and 3K. So very, very busy young man, and everything that you'll hear in the comments in just a minute about that push for academics and excellence and helping others, that strong piece about that. I'm going to let Logan talk a little bit about his college options because he has many, and so he's narrowing it down. So I can't wait to hear next month what he decides.
So, I have a couple of college options with going and running at the next level, which I've always dreamed of. But my big four and my final four are Oregon, BYU, Gonzaga, and Notre Dame. And I just love all 4 of those schools. And it's going to be a tough decision to narrow it down to even less than that and choose which one is the best for me.
Do you have any inklings of what you might be leaning towards?
Not right now, because I haven't taken all my official visits yet. So after that, I'll definitely know.
Well, I'll let you know what he decides. But on this, when I always reach out to staff members and say, can you give us any feedback about working with Logan? What is it that, about our students? And one of the piece, Mr. Alves, who's a social studies teacher, he said Logan's commitment to excellence is most obvious when looking at his accomplishments in cross country and track, but he's also excellent in the ways he participates in class, the efforts and attention he devotes to discussion, and in the way he leads his peers. It's refreshing to work with someone who applies such positive and motivated attitude to everything they do. Logan is a great influence on the school culture here at MHS. And I would definitely agree with that. And then Mr. Lee, but Logan is an incredibly hardworking, both in academics and athletics. Not only does he not shy away from challenge, but he seeks it out. In both settings, he performs at the highest levels, even when he's under pressure. And he has had a tremendous amount of success to show for his grit and determination. Currently, in the midst of success, he remains a modest and humble young man. He has good relationships with his peers and is supportive of the efforts of others. I'm fully confident his success will continue on the next level of education, and I'm happy to have been able to share time with him at MHS. So you're going to hear a reoccurring theme here. Mr. Sneed, I've known Logan since it was ninth grade. He has always been polite and willing to help others. He has always shown great leadership in the school and in his community. For the highlights, I had Logan in strength training, and he's always willing to provide help for his classmates. Also, his work ethic has always been impressive. And then Miss Barrett, his counselor, she wasn't able to be here tonight. She was just bummed, but she had to go home today. I've had the honor of being Logan's school counselor for the past 3+ years. He is kind, personable, focused, determined, dedicated, and highly motivated student and athlete. Logan brings positivity and gratefulness into each space that he enters. From his academics to his athletics, his general friendly demeanor, he inspires those around him, and his energy and enthusiasm is infectious. Logan is exceptional. He's always going the extra mile, so to speak. To achieve his goals. It's been a joy to work with him at MHS, and wherever he goes next, he will continue to shine. There's lots of pieces about, Logan was actually the first student I met when I came to MHS, and he was volunteering at registration at the cross-country table, and there were other peers there, and just bringing people in and talking about what our school has to offer for new students, and just found him very inviting and just welcoming to anyone who was around him. So I've appreciated that and getting to know Logan. I think now is when the video, if I can make that work. So I always try to put together, as you guys know, just kind of some highlights, and just gonna give you a little bit more about a full picture of Logan and some of the things he's been involved in.
Might not be able to hear it again, but maybe watch it.
Okay, yeah, there's music to it, so you just imagine that in your head. And family is very important. This is when they were doing the lip sync and homecoming activities, supporting peers in volleyball and assemblies.
Oh, wow.
So as a young man. That's at state. There they'd be announcing him. Imagine doing that. I'll send you the one with the music. So I'm going to turn it over to Logan for you guys to ask him questions. It's just been a joy to get to know Logan last year and this year, and I look forward to hearing what he does in the future. So.
I would like to start.
I will. So, congratulations.
Yeah.
When it comes to picking the school, NIL, you're thinking which school's gonna give you the best NIL deal?
So
I'm joking, you don't need to answer that.
I wish there was NIL for cross country though. I wish there was. I would.
There isn't?
There's just not like, so like NIL, it's mainly for like football and basketball. It's like the big sports.
Maybe you're the one to change that.
Hopefully.
So throughout, with all your athletic accomplishments, what's one thing you learned about yourself through the course of high school?
One big thing I learned, like going through like freshman and sophomore year and like through COVID and all that, one of the biggest things I learned is like all it takes is perseverance. Perseverance can get you a long way. So just like not giving up and just keep going at it, keep sticking with it. Like it'll eventually turn out.
I often see you running in the morning when I'm going to work, and I'm like, oh, how does he do it? I have no idea how you do it, but running that early is amazing. It's absolutely amazing. Congratulations, and NIL. If you need some, I can show up and just stand behind you and NIL.
I'll work that one out.
Well, I'll go. It's really nice to meet you. I have read about you in the Clackamas Review for at least 3 years, I think. So it's nice to see the face and see the family here to support you. It's great. I think your schools all sound like, they'll bring different kinds of fun and challenge. And so there's not a bad pick among them. So, go with your gut and your heart, I noticed one of the non-athletic things on your list of activities was equity team. And I wondered if you could talk a little bit about what that was.
So like freshman year, Miss Gelman, our old principal, she just asked a select amount of people if they wanted to be a part of equity team. And I was like, yeah, that sounds awesome. And it was basically like, we like address all the problems in our school. So like any problems that the students had that weren't being addressed, they were addressed in like this meeting, and we'd have it like twice a month around there, like around twice a month. And it was like freshman and sophomore year. And it was just like addressing like all the inequity problems that were happening at Milwaukie High.
And so students came forward and brought their problems, or the teachers brought the problems, or how did they come to the...
So it was there was like a group of kids, like a group of high schoolers, like different ethnicities, different grades. There was freshmen, there was seniors. It's just a vast majority of representation in our school. And it was like, I wouldn't really know how to describe it, but we any problems that like our peers had or that we just knew about, we would address them in these meetings. And
So it was kind of more of an open forum too, so you guys could bring things that you were noticing. And then I think a lot of it were questions that the principal would come to the meetings with and give feedback and student voice about kind of what was happening in the school and wanting to get student perspective. And then students could also bring kind of other pieces that were coming up for them. And it was a way as the dialogue between admin, students, and be able to move forward.
Okay.
And Logan had been part of that. And the principal's council, I think it kind of shifted a little bit because you were on that last year as well.
Yeah.
So.
Great. Well, best of luck in whatever you decide.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to, first off, congratulations on all of the accomplishments. That's pretty impressive, 4.0 and 3-sport athlete. Sometimes the 3-sport athlete thing is rare these days. With sports, obviously, it teaches you a lot, not only about yourself, but about team building, putting aside differences, coming together for a common goal. I know this might be getting a little bit ahead. You might not have a specific idea, but with all that you've learned through sports and through your academic achievements, do you have any idea of where that might take you or what direction, just a general idea of where you might be headed?
Are you talking like what I want to study?
Life, yeah, what you want to study, what you want to
So
achieve.
I definitely want to stay around in kind of that sports area. So kind of like the kinesiology, human phys, like go that route. Because then once like in college, like undergraduate, I think that's what it's called. I can go anywhere with that. Like there's just so many things I can go with that. So, and that keeps me around the sport, and it keeps me, honestly, it just sounds really interesting too. So
It's a good way to get into coaching.
yeah.
And enjoy those official visits. They're a lot of fun.
Oh, I love them.
How was that Notre Dame one?
Oh, it was awesome. It's first class treatment there. except the flights. They fly you on Spirit, but but the visit itself, it was awesome. I went to a football game, got on the field, took some pictures. It was a one of a kind experience.
Notre Dame and BYU, that's very different.
Yeah. They're a little different. BYU's definitely got a really good cross country and track program, just like Notre Dame too. So,
But Oregon does too.
oh, Oregon's got the best facilities. They got a great team. They got great everything.
But only one state has great skiing. So Utah, you need to go to BYU. Where I'm from. So I'm just going to put my plug in.
All right, Kathy.
Yeah, thanks. I'm sorry not to be there in person, but really it's for everyone's betterment because I'm sick. Logan, I too have been following your career in the paper and online, and congratulations on your most recent achievement. And, when I meet students like you, I go, how do you do all of this and stay standing? So I'm just kind of curious what you do to, chill out and just kind of relax when you have a spare moment.
Whenever I get a spare moment, usually it's a nap. So little power nap gets the energy back going and going right back at it. So,
oh, good. That makes me feel human.
Yeah.
One thing I really appreciate with Logan too is that being able to jump in, and he's always supporting his peers. He's at all of the games, always cheering on friends and peers. And any game you go to supervise or to watch, you see Logan and his friends there cheering on their peers. So that's, I think, another outstanding part about that, about not just about focused on what you're doing, but about supporting your peers.
It sounds like you are ultimately not just a born athlete and all-around good person, but a born coach with attributes like that. Thank you so much for giving so much to your community while you've been at MHS, and it's great to meet you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's extraordinary that we have such amazing young people, and you are right amongst them. You have had quite a storied career. I can recall back when my kids were in high school and one of them ran cross country. I think the saying was something like, cross country is where the football players have to go to be punished. It's to go run cross country. It's a tough sport, and it's impressive how far you've gone with it. It's really, really cool. And I look forward to hearing where you land on your college choice and your career choice. But it sounds like you are headed in a really good direction.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I have this. The City of Milwaukie is proud to recognize for outstanding student achievement in academics, civic engagement, and extracurricular activities at Milwaukie High School, Logan Law. Let it be known to all that on this 15th day of November 2022, the City Council of the City of Milwaukie, a municipal corporation in the County of Clackamas and in the state of Oregon, recognized this student as an excellent example of the bright future of this community and nation.
And for just a quick update, just a couple of things that we have going on or have had go on. I think the last time I told you that we were going to be having our Hispanic Heritage and Culture Assembly. And the thing that I think that stands out with that students came and advocated and said that we'd really like to put on an assembly for our school. And they practiced, 2-3 days a week for about a month with like the dancing, singing, and did kind of more of a overview of culture. They did honoring of our veterans, and at the end, they I have some pictures up here of the assembly, and then they invited the student body to come down and dance with them at the end of the assembly. And it was a beautiful event, and it turned out really well. And the kids were just beaming, and they had a good time. And the students that organized and put it on did so much work. And so they're already planning for next year. So that was a big success. And then on Wednesday of this last week, we did our student equity training. And so we had 35 to 40 students that came to the training. And we had guest speakers, we had breakout groups, we did more definitions about kind of race equity. We did breakout sessions about microaggressions. We did about mental health. We had a lot of different pieces in which we were talking about in our community. And then they're going to be starting to have meetings of the students during a lunchtime. And we're going to provide lunch. And then they're working on different projects and campaigns for the school, kind of as they've identified, here's some areas that students want to bring forth and do. And so it was a great event. We had, we started at 10 and went to 3, and we had different breakout groups. We had different speakers in. We did a lot of kind of breaks in between because the conversations were a little heavy. Students did feedback afterwards, and this first one like we've done like that before, and so it turned out really, really well. And I look forward to seeing kind of our lunch meetings and how many students return and come back and are really that core part of that training and bringing it forward with our students. So I can let you know more about how that's going. Our next meeting is on November 30th, and that's at lunchtime, and we'll go from there. So those are our kind of 2 big events. We have parent conferences next week, so as we lead into the holiday break. So that's all I have, unless you have questions for me.
No, thank you very much. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, this is the part of the agenda during which council will hear community member comments regarding city business. For those in person who wish to speak, please submit a yellow comment card found on the table just outside the door. If you're on Zoom, please use the raise hand reaction to alert staff you wish to speak, and when instructed to begin, click the microphone option to unmute yourself. If you're calling in through Zoom and would like to make a comment, dial *9 to raise your hand. You may also submit a comment via email to ocr@milwaukieoregon.gov. Before you make your comments, please state your name and city of residence for the record. If you would like the city to follow up with you, please submit your contact information to ocr@milwaukieoregon.gov. As council has other business items on the agenda this evening, speakers will be limited to 3 minutes each. Because information provided during the community comments may be new, the city manager will respond at the next council meeting to those comments that require follow-up. Is Ann here?
She is here, Mr. Mayor. I think she may have just stepped in the hall.
Okay.
I see no hands raised for general community comments at this moment. And I know we received a few comment cards, but I think they're all for the climate fund item. I don't believe there was any follow-up from the last community comment either.
Okay. Well, we can check with her when she gets back. All right, tonight's consent agenda include the minutes of the City Council for October 11th, 2022, a study session, a resolution appointing Carla Branson to the Library District Advisory Board as the city's representative. Does any member of council wish to remove an item from the consent agenda?
I'll move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None heard. It passes unanimously.
Mayor, there might be 2 more comment cards. Does anybody have any comment cards to turn in for not items that are on the agenda? Or are they just things that are on the agenda?
It's about the new fee they want to slap on the water bill.
And was there one back?
Agenda items.
Both were kind of.
Okay. All right. Council will now proceed to 2 public hearing items on the agenda. Council return to the business items after the hearings. Public hearings, high-density residential zones adoptions, ordinance file number ZA-2022-002. Public hearing on the high-density residential zone code adoption is called to order. The purpose of this hearing is to hear the staff report, take public comment, deliberate, and consider adopting changes to the city's municipal code. Does any council member wish to announce an actual or potential conflict of interest?
Oh,
No.
None heard. So this will be presented by our senior planner, Vera Colias, and by associate planner, Adam Haro. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council.
Evening, everyone. Nice to see you all again so soon.
Yeah. So I'm Adam Huru. I fill the role of Associate Planner here at the City of Milwaukee. I'm joined by Vera Colias, who everyone knows is the Senior Planner here to talk about high-density residential zone consolidation. So this here is the review schedule. City Council hosted a work session on October 18th about the proposed amendments. This came after 3 work sessions and a public hearing with the Planning Commission to consolidate the zones, update definitions, and simplify some of the review processes. Staff incorporated feedback from that council work session, which we're considering tonight for adoption. So why update the high density zones? City Council's prioritized implementation of the comprehensive plan, and within the comprehensive plan is the goal to simplify some of these zones through the creation of the moderate density zone, and now by consolidating some of the high density zones. In addition to that consolidation, the proposed amendments remove bias from the code. Milwaukee's current code treats allowed uses with similar land use impacts in some disparate ways. So these amendments also update outdated terminology so that it better matches the current state terminology and streamlines some of these essentially overly complicated use categories that we have in our code. So these are some of the outdated definitions. These are existing terms referenced in the Milwaukie Municipal Code. Staff replaced or is proposing, and the Planning Commission has forwarded a recommendation to replace essentially all of these terms with, and council discussed this at the October work session. We are doing that because these are the terms and the uses that are referenced in the building code and used by the state of Oregon for the licensing of some of these types of care facilities. So there are some issues with allowed uses as they stand in our code today. The state of Oregon does not use any of these yellow highlighted terms in its licensing of community-based care settings. And the city has typically listed the state's updated use terminology on the certificates of occupancy. None of the neighboring jurisdictions that staff researched use the term residential home in their codes, and definitions of congregate housing facility and residential homes date back to legislation from the 1970s and 1980s. And then also city code does not define nursing or convalescent home in the code. It's not in the use table, but it does have specific standards in the community service use section of the code. And then also congregate housing facilities are treated like multi-unit developments. And despite having similar land use impacts to multi-unit developments, senior and retirement housing are subject to the conditional use process in like particularly the R2 zone. So there are some inconsistencies. So these are, and apologies for the little picture in a picture there is blocking the first term, which reads adult foster care home. So these definitions are taken directly from the Aging and Disability Resource Center, and they reflect up-to-date understanding of these different types of community-based care settings that are licensed by the state. Staff proposed consolidating the outdated definitions that you saw on the previous slide into essentially two use categories. The top one, adult foster care home, which essentially serves up to 5 people and is permitted by right in all residential zones. And then the residential care facility, which is for 6 or more people with several subtypes of facilities.
So can I ask a question about that? What if you have a home in a residential neighborhood that has 6 or 7? Do they then come under residential care facility? They can't still operate as adult foster care homes? And is that just meaningful for our code, or is that meaningful for some kind of state or county regulation or licensing?
Yes, it is essentially state licensing for sure, but there are some other implications, I think, for the number of rooms in a house and the building code and things like that, that we're not maybe as familiar with, that might also be at play.
But, and if I just wanted to be clear, so up to 5, it's just, it's considered the same as a single family home for our code. But state licensing makes a distinction between up to 5 and more than 5 folks. So the licensing is very different. And so we would consider that from a zoning standpoint as a residential care facility if it were six or more people. Yes.
Thank you.
We also talked about single room occupancy and the definition of that term, both at the Planning Commission and then at our council work session. Staff originally proposed the following definition, I believe. Yes, this is the older definition, and there are going to be some proposed revisions that you'll see later in the presentation that incorporates that feedback from council. So here we have some, essentially the changes in terminology displayed in a convenient table here, what generally speaking each of these older uses would become and what its new definition is, and then what it would be in the actual use table for development standards and things like that in the code.
Do we need a slash in adult foster care home, and why does it move?
That's how the state is.
Oh,
writing it.
foster / care home. So it should be between foster and care. So the third column has it in the wrong place. Is that right?
Yes, I think that is just a typo on that right column.
Okay.
Make sure that's not in the code.
Yeah. Okay.
And Vera, yeah, we'll continue.
Take it from here. what I will go through now is sort of the progression of the consolidation itself that we're proposing and how that's going to work with the permitted uses. So the following tables or the following slides will show kind of a progression of our proposed consolidation. Starting with the existing code. So the existing high density residential zones, we have 5 of them. And so this table keeps those 5, but now is sort of slotting in the new terminology and the new definitions that we were talking about. So you can see the single room occupancy housing, residential care facility, and highlighted in there is sort of where those land within our existing code structure with the 5 high-density residential zones. And the proposed consolidation that we put together combines the R3 and the R2.5 zones into a new R3 and combines the R2 and the R1 zone into an R2 and leaves the R1B zone alone. So the proposed consolidation is to 3. We'll talk about sort of that full consolidation idea that came up at the work session a little bit later. But this was sort of how it's been proposed up until now, is down to 3 zones. And you can see here in the use table what that would look like in the proposed code. And that was the proposed code that was included in the packet for tonight's hearing as well. You see a couple of highlighted sections. These are the differences between the 3. You can see manufactured dwelling park is permitted as a type 3 use in the R3 zone. It's not permitted in the R2 or the R1B. That reflects sort of the current code. And so we left that one alone. And then you can see in the commercial uses, we talked at the work session about wanting to add personal and business services as a type of commercial use in our high density zones. Those are being proposed to be permitted as limited uses in the R3 and the R2 zones. And so those would be limited
meaning
up to
square
a certain
footage.
size.
Yeah.
Yes, those would be limited to square footage and permitted outright in the R1B, which is consistent with the permitted outright use of offices. That's already in the R1B. And again, there would be a limited sort of by right up to 2,000 square feet as permitted in the code. If someone wanted to propose a larger business size than that, then it would be by conditional use. So those are the 3 areas where there are differences among the 3. And I think that prompted the discussion at the last work session about, well, what would it look like as a full consolidation? And we will get to that. But this is how it would shake out as we've proposed it. And this would be what that consolidation would look like as a zoning map. So going from 5 to 3. And again, what the new R3 pulls in are 7 lots. The R2.5 is 7 individual parcels, so that pulls that together. Again, we're trying to simplify the code, make things a little bit easier, both for folks that are using the code on both sides of the counter, so to speak. And then the R1 or the R2 brings in 4 lots, which is the R1 zone. So the R1 and the R2.5 are really small when it comes to numbers of individual properties. So it seemed to make sense to glue those together. And in the R1 case, those are existing apartment complexes, and then the northern part of the hillside development, once it was rezoned as part of that planned development complex. So that's how the map would look under the proposed consolidation. Are there any questions about?
Wait. You just said part of Hillside is R1, so it should be now R2? But that drawing shows R3, doesn't it?
Oh, hold on.
If I'm understanding the color coding?
Oh, it does. You're right. So, yes. Oh, there is an error in that. Thank you for catching that. Yeah, I will. When we do the final map, we'll make sure that that is right. I think when I was using the existing Esri data that we had, I had already talked with our GIS consultant, but there were some errors in how that mapping had gotten put together. So I have it in words, I have it right.
So is all of Hillside R2? Because on the
No.
map, that's at the back of your packet.
Yeah, so when Hillside was rezoned, and the final zoning map will be accurate, and I've already talked with our GIS consultant, and I didn't catch it in this mapping. When the plan development was accomplished for the Hillside development, portion of it is R1, and a portion of it is GMU, or general mixed use, to accommodate those mixed use buildings to the south. So there's an R1 and a GMU component for the Hillside development. So a portion of the Hillside development wouldn't be reflected on this map in particular, because it wouldn't have that high density residential aspect to it. So I will double check that with Nick. So, accompanying the use standards, or the permitted uses, are the development standards. So again, this should look familiar. This hasn't changed from the work session either. So the existing code, you can see along the top what the different development standards are for height, lot coverage, vegetation, and density. And then under the proposed consolidation, when you kind of pull them together, the new R3 is the same for most of the development standards. The new R2 is the same, and the R1B as well. What changes to some degree for the new R3 would be a little bit of a bump in the maximum density, because we're pulling the R2.5 density to be the new maximum there. And then for the new R2 is the R1 density, so it would be minimum of 25 and a maximum of 32 units per acre. So that's how the development standards would work for under the proposed consolidation. And what this does is accomplishes the goals of a high-density residential zone, accomplishes the goals of the comprehensive plan to identify high-density residential zones. And we certainly wouldn't want to reduce the density in the R1 zone, so that's why we kind of pulled up for the higher density. And particularly when we look at, middle housing doesn't have a maximum density by state law, so we're trying to kind of keep things as consistent as we can across those residential zones. Now, two key things came up out of the October 18th work session. One was to take a look at the SRO definition and think about how we might accommodate or account for larger homes that might exist in the city that might have more than 5 bedrooms, for example. The second thing is to take a look at what it might look like to do a full consolidation, like we did for the middle housing or for the lower density residential zones, and pull all of them into one high density residential zone as opposed to the 3 that we've proposed. So for the SRO definition, and as we talked about it in the staff report. So the original proposed definition of SROs had a threshold of 5 or more rooms. That included a threshold of 5 or more rooms for rent based on the city's definition of multi-unit housing. So we were using 5 as sort of our threshold for how that could work. What we're proposing is to increase the threshold to 9 rooms. So anything up to 9 would be permitted by right throughout our residential zones. Anything more than that, now we're into multi-unit dwelling, multi-unit housing, and now we're going through something different, and that would be focused on our high-density residential zones. But if we keep the threshold up to 9, or if we move that needle a little bit, then we're allowing more of that type of housing to be permitted in our moderate density residential zones, which is kind of the bulk of our residential areas in the city. We did account for that discussion about making sure that there was access to shared cooking and eating, and I think Councillor Kasrabati, you had brought that up specifically in the discussion. So we're adding that in the definition to make sure that that's part of that. The rooms themselves, the individual rooms, don't have kitchens. There would be a shared kitchen, but we want to make sure in the definition that there is a kitchen and access is available to all of the residents within the facility as well. And we included we looked at the number of 9 based on some research that we had done in some other communities about what's that right number. Portland uses more than 8 as a number for one of their sort of multi-room dwellings, or they have a similar type of use there as well. So we thought that would work. And Eugene also uses 9 as one of their threshold numbers. But we didn't have a lot of sort of apples to apples comparisons throughout the region, but that was a number that has been used based on our research and for other communities. And we thought that would be a good number to at least start or think about for us to use here as well. Are there any questions about that proposed amendment to the SRO definition or how we're thinking about that? Does that sit okay with folks? Okay.
I actually did have a question, Vera. Thanks. This looks good to me. And it's actually more of an observation than a question. I'm just thinking about the research Sightline Institute has done on affordability of different ways to get to more affordable housing units. And their most affordable option is actually one we've never talked about here, which was to remodel a house to create a multi-family unit or a multifamily dwelling out of it, where you have a shared kitchen space, but you basically have separate family quarters. So it's kind of a question of how would that work? Would we be able to effectively redefine like a big old Craftsman that's already large and would just need a relatively small addition to make that kind of living facility? Would we redefine that as an SRO, or does it not really matter in terms of zoning in the long run?
I think I would like to take a look to see how Sightline describes what that means when you're talking about separate family quarters. I mean, our definition of a dwelling unit is having sanitary facilities or, a bathroom, sleeping facility, and cooking facilities, which is the kitchen. So if each of those quarters that you're talking about does not have a kitchen, then those aren't dwelling units. So that's in fact not a multi-unit dwelling type of structure. So if it's a shared kitchen facility and there's sort of living areas for families, we don't regulate how many sort of, living rooms and bathrooms and that sort of thing. I'm reluctant to that would be fine right here without thinking about it, but nothing is sort of striking me as a red flag, but I'd like to reserve the right to take a look at that a little bit better and see kind of how they're thinking about, just to make sure that we're not running afoul of that. If that's something that council, wants to make sure that we're not sort of regulating ourselves out of, or not permitting something like that, if that's the thought. But I'd like to kind of take a look and see what Sightline, how they describe that and how they define that.
I'll see if I can dig it up in short order here. And I certainly would be interested in that. Another thing that we've talked about in the past when we were doing comp plan work was, there are cultural differences in how you live, and there are cultures within our community where it's quite common to have multi-generational living. And those are sort of along the same lines, I think, as what this SRO could be. So I guess I'm feeling out whether or not this, exactly what you said. I'll stop talking now. It's my sick brain. And I'll go see if I can find that stuff.
Yeah, and I can just share one real quick, just detail. When Portland changed their threshold for the number of rooms that would constitute group living, their rationale was that they didn't want to discourage homes that previously their threshold was more than 6 rooms. Homes that had 6 rooms and wanted to add bedrooms. They didn't want to put them through some kind of conditional use process because all of a sudden there's something else. So this was a reasonable threshold that they felt like they would be avoiding that. And there are some building code reasons why a lot of people won't choose to add a 6th bedroom because of needing to put in sprinklers and things like that. So there are some other barriers and things at play there as well.
Well, and I guess I would just note that, there's nothing in our code that prohibits multi-generational families living together. Or multi-generational, unrelated people living together. I mean, we don't normally regulate that, but I guess Council President Heisey has in mind, like, as a rental, as a parsed out rental unit. Yeah. I mean, I guess I worry, I don't know that we have to get into that, but anyway.
And we may not. I just want to be sure, because when you have two different families that are cohabitating, that ownership piece does get really challenging to navigate. I think about all of the hassles that friends of mine who went through in Seattle to set up co-housing went through. It just gets really complicated. So I at least wanted to raise it in light of our ongoing never-ending quest to have as many options on the table as possible for creating more housing affordability in the city.
And if I could, so nothing is striking me as a zoning concern based on what you're describing, Councilor Heisey. I don't know that there aren't building code things, and I'll just, just building code requirements for things that might make that more challenging, but from a use standpoint, I'm not coming up with anything that would preclude that. But we will certainly double check and make sure. But the way you're describing it, it doesn't sound like something that wouldn't sort of fall in here somehow. It's a big house with a bunch of people that live in it, and isn't that great? So,
yeah.
No. Mm-mm.
Okay, that's, for right now, that's good enough for me. Thanks.
Okay. And then we talked about this idea of a full consolidation. I'm wondering, is there a way to move the...
Yeah.
Can I just grab it and pull it away? I'm dragging it and taking it away because, and this was in the staff report as well, we thought it was helpful to show you what the full consolidation, so that's the HDR column, so we're down to one high-density residential zone, and what that looks like compared to our existing code with the five zones. And what I've highlighted here in the red circle is sort of where are those big differences. So in the full consolidation, what that means is that, multi-unit development, single room occupancy, residential care facilities, all of those things would be permitted by right, which is not unlike the proposed consolidation, sort of the three zone consolidation. Manufactured dwelling parks would be permitted as a type 3 throughout the high density residential zones. And then we would see personal business services and office uses of any size being permitted by right in the high density residential zone under this full consolidation. And then hotels or motels would be permitted as a conditional use, because that sort of maintains sort of the permitted uses within our existing code and pulls them over into that full consolidation. So there aren't a lot of differences, as was rightly pointed out during the work session, but these are the ones that we point out. One of the things that, and we had some language about this in the staff report, was the manufactured dwelling park being permitted throughout the high density residential zones. And we just note that it would be permitted, throughout. We think the development of a new manufactured dwelling park is unlikely. We have two in the city right now. I may have said there was one the last time. They're in the same location. One is accessed from King Road and one from Linwood, but they're right there. They almost touch, actually. I think their boundary is shared. And I think when I think of the map, I think of them as one, and that was an error on my part. They are two, but they're right there at the Linwood and King kind of intersection. It's unlikely, I think, that a new manufactured dwelling park would be created. We have reduced the minimum site size down to 1 acre, which is consistent with state code. There aren't a lot of 1 acre or larger parcels in the high density residential zone that wouldn't need to be either raised or extremely redeveloped in order to accommodate that. But we just note that manufactured dwelling parks, while a great alternative or a great way to create affordable or attainable housing. It's pretty low density. So we just wanted to identify that as something to think about. And we talked about it at the work session about how we could, with a different effort, sort of think about the idea of creating a manufactured dwelling park zone as part of that protection of our existing manufactured dwelling parks. And that's something that we can certainly do under a different zoning process, but we just wanted to call that out. So, so this is what that would look like under the kind of the new, from a use standpoint. And we can come back to this because I'm sure there's some questions about this, but, and then under the full consolidation, under the development standards, so the maximum building height would be 45 feet, maximum lot coverage 50%, minimum vegetation 15%, and we would pull that density of 25 to 32 in that single zone. So there are some differences. It certainly is a bit different from the R3, sort of that the new R3 kind of idea. That's where the biggest changes are. But that's what that would look like. And then of course the map. And this one does have the hillside accurately mapped because there was a different data set. I used an old map on the last one, so this would be with that full consolidation. So we would have all of our high density residential zones in one color on the map. And what we would be, this from a code standpoint wasn't reflected in that underlying strikeout code as part of the ordinance package because we weren't sure what you wanted to do, and it was a lot to kind of create a whole nother set of code that reflected that full consolidation. We're happy to prepare that, for the final code if that's the direction that council wants as part of your adoption discussion this evening. So maybe I'll kind of come back to this. We do have a couple of extra slides of sort of kind of what you're looking for and what your decision-making options are tonight, of course. Maybe I'll just go through those really quick. The approval criteria, this is all reflected in the findings, but consistency with various parts of the comprehensive plan, other sections of the code, and various other statutes and regulations. Is it compatible? Are the amendments to the maps compatible with the surrounding area? And finally, your decision-making options are to approve and adopt the originally proposed amendments, sort of the three zone consolidation as we presented them, approving that with some changes. You could approve the alternative, which is sort of that full consolidation, certainly continue the hearing. But we're happy to answer any questions or kind of go over what these options are or what we might suggest.
Did you have a chance to bring the concept of the fully consolidated version back to the Planning Commission, hear what they thought?
We did not, no.
Well, and relatedly, this staff report doesn't have what I'm used to seeing in land use staff reports at the end, which is who it was referred to and any comments. So was it referred to any neighborhood associations? Were there comments received, et cetera?
Yep, so no comments were received on the package, either frankly for the Planning Commission or for the City Council for tonight's hearings. We sent an email notice to all of the NDA leadership and land use committees, letting them know, and we had earlier as well, sort of when this whole thing started, but we let them know of when the hearing was this evening, in particular, what were some of the key items that were discussed at the October 18th work session, including the idea of the full consolidation, and those included links both to the Planning Commission hearings, the work session that we had on the 18th, and how to get information about how to participate and where all the information would be for this hearing as well. And I didn't hear from anyone from the NDAs as well.
Okay.
Apologies for not including that in the
Yeah, I mean, it would be good to always include that stuff in the staff reports. There was something in the staff report about step downs and not applying in residential zones or something. That was one of the things we talked about with compatibility.
Yeah, let me find that section. Right, because I think that was something that had been talked about Right, that there was some discussion about transition requirements. And the code doesn't have transition requirements in the high-density residential zones. Those apply to the GMU zone and the DMU zones. Those apply to commercial mixed-use or industrial buildings that abut the RMD zone, for example. And the transition measures between multi-unit buildings and the RMD zone were removed during the middle housing code process. And that was very specific to, sort of multi-unit apartment buildings and the RMD zone. But the code does include the side yard height plane requirements, so that bulking the side yard setback still apply to this. And so that would address that bulk and height of the building right at the side yard setback. But we also noted in the staff report that the code currently and has for quite some time allowed a 10 feet of additional building height if you have additional landscaping or vegetation above the minimum required for the zone. So there is a height bonus built into the existing code based on a proportion of how much additional landscaping and vegetation you provide. So I just wanted to note that.
So that's necessarily a smaller building because you're devoting more to landscape.
Correct, but you get more height.
Go higher.
That's right, yeah. And that's the case whether or not, with or without the full consolidation, that's something that's in the existing code that we weren't proposing to amend, that we would leave that because it's in there now, and we weren't proposing to remove that. So I just kind of wanted to clarify that as we were talking about it from the work session.
Any other questions? Kathy? All right, well, you can pipe in if you have one. So does anyone wish to comment on the proposed high-density residential zone changes?
I see no yellow cards, Mr. Mayor. There is one hand on Zoom, though.
Okay.
Vera, I'm going to stop sharing just so I can. Joseph Edge, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes. Mr. Mayor, I think we jumped over. Do you want to read the audience?
Oh, yes, of course. The council will now take public testimony on the proposed code changes. I will recognize speakers, and any questions should be addressed through me. When you begin to speak, state your name and city of residence for the record. For those in person who wish to speak, submit a yellow comment card found on the table just outside the door. If you're on Zoom, please use the raise hand reaction to alert staff you wish to speak. And when instructed to begin, click the microphone option to unmute yourself. If you're calling in through Zoom and would like to make a comment, dial *9 to raise your hand. You may also submit comments via email to ocr@milwaukieoregon.gov. Presentation time for all speakers will be limited. Representatives of groups will be limited to 10 minutes. Individuals will be limited to 3 minutes. Please confine your remarks to the proposed action, avoid repetition and irrelevant information. All right, with that, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Joseph Edge, and my city of residence or area of residence is Oak Grove, Oregon. And you may recognize me as one of the planning commissioners for City of Milwaukee. And so thank you for the opportunity to testify this evening. I don't often come in to testify, but I thought it was important to do so tonight for this hearing. First, I broadly support the proposed amendments that are before you tonight, but I have two additional comments. And so first is, I think that we're missing an opportunity here. Although the Planning Commission had several chances to weigh in on this, I really have to apologize because over the course of the spring and the summer, I was navigating a series of family emergencies that left me kind of unable to engage in this as deeply as I usually do. If things had been different, then I would have raised the issue earlier and the Planning Commission could have had a robust discussion about this, but that just isn't how things worked out this time. So really in particular, the R1B district is a relatively small district. It's adjacent to downtown in a very walkable area, and yet it still has a minimum required front yard setback of 20 feet. It would make much more sense for this district to allow flexibility for new buildings to locate closer to the sidewalk than that, particularly given that many existing buildings in the R1B district do not comply with the 20-foot minimum setback as is. So this would not be disruptive to existing development patterns. Allowing new buildings in that district to locate closer to the sidewalk is more consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. So I really encourage you to amend the R1B minimum front setback to 5 feet or even less. I think, having buildings, particularly businesses, right up at the sidewalk is a very walkable and, the friendly kind of town center, environment that we want to promote. So next, I strongly support the consolidation of the high density zones into a single RHD zone. Prior comments remain standing. But having a single RHD zone to complement the RMD zone that we created previously for the lower density zones just makes a lot of sense. And given that these areas are already really substantially built out, there just isn't a substantial benefit to maintaining 3 distinct but really highly consistent zoning designations in the code. So although the Planning Commission didn't really have a chance to discuss this in depth because we didn't know that you guys were into this, some of us did voice our support for that, and there wasn't a lot of pushback. So I feel like this is something that makes a lot of sense and is really consistent, I think, with the direction that we've been going with our, zoning consolidations over the last couple of years. So thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I am available to respond to any questions.
So I do have one. So how do you square your comment on the R1B, because that's a very limited area, as you pointed out, that the removal of the setback would be consistent with what's already there, with then porting that into, if we have one zone for all of our high density, how do we differentiate that to do what you said in the first comment?
I mean, I think that we would just allow that. I think that it still makes sense in high density residential zones to allow, even residential buildings to locate really close to the sidewalk. So I think it is still okay. And again, all of these properties are largely built out. If you look at the map, if you look at what is zoned, if you look at the overhead views, satellite views of the sites that are zoned high density, they're already built out. And it's not likely that we're going to see the kind of redevelopment that would put a lot of, new buildings right up at the sidewalk. And even if we did, it would probably happen in areas along arterials or where in the town center area where we want it to happen. So I think that, I think it's safe to do, and it's still a logical change, even if we apply it more broadly to high density zones throughout the city. But if you were really that concerned about it, there's perhaps the option of having an overlay zone for the town center area that would allow perhaps some adjustments to the permitted uses or the setbacks of or other development standards to allow the high density zones to look a little different in the town center area where we expect things to be more walkable.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any other questions for Joseph? Kathy? Is she still on? Okay.
I'm still here. I'm just very slow getting to the mute button. That's all. I'll let you know if I've got questions. Thank you for asking, though.
Sure. I'm trying to be cognizant. It's hard with you in a tiny little square up in the corner of the screen.
I appreciate it.
Okay. Are there any other comments online, Scott?
There are no other hands raised and no emails, Mr. Mayor, and I see no comment cards in the room.
All right. Does staff have any response to the testimony?
I think if, I guess the only response I would have to, if we are keeping sort of an R1B or something like that to accommodate that smaller setback, as Commissioner Edge was talking about, I think that's something that we can make that change, I guess is my point. I mean, trying to accommodate that within the full consolidation, I think we would just, I mean, the minimum front yard right now across the board would be 20 feet, which is what it is right now. So we would be, I just wanted to point that out. So we would be pulling that down, to 5 feet or 10, or I don't know, something smaller if that's the idea for doing that. I think we still have maximum lot coverage. We still have minimum landscaping. I mean, there's still, those kinds of things, but it provides additional siting flexibility, for where those buildings would go on the site. So I don't know that we have anything. I don't know that I can think of a red flag that gets raised from that, right now. But again, I'm just now hearing it. So, but we'll make whatever change. And again, this high density residential areas, it encompasses a very small portion of the city. The bulk of the residential areas of the city are the RMD zone, and most of the sites are built out or are soon to be built out based on what we have. But there are redevelopment opportunities in the R3 zone that surrounds, for example, Providence Hospital has a lot of that is zoned. I mean, their site is R3, but they have a couple of lots of R3, around their site as well. But it doesn't cover a lot of the city, but it might represent some nice opportunities for additional infill development in those areas as well.
Okay. Does the council have any questions for staff? All right, if there are no more questions, I will entertain a motion to close the public comment part of the high density residential zone code changes hearing.
I move to close the public comment part of the hearing on the proposed high density residential zones code changes.
A second.
It has been moved and seconded to close the public comment part of the hearing on the proposed high density residential zones code changes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None heard. The public comment part of the public hearing on the high density residential zones code changes is closed. Is there any council discussion?
Well, I would encourage people to look at the map at the very end of the packet that shows it sounds like there's a few tweaks that need to be made to it around Hillside, but it shows the three areas. I would be, I'm not in favor of full consolidation because I think the current R3s serve a function as a buffer between, sort of the high density, the potential intense density of the mixed use zones with the moderate density zones. So I like this proposal as in the staff, as in the packet. I'm somewhat intrigued by Commissioner Edge's idea of allowing less of a setback in the R1B right around downtown. But that I would definitely be opposed to doing broadly across all these zones.
So if we were to consolidate, what do you think about his idea of doing an overlay zone for the R1B area?
Well, why? I mean, we could do that, I guess, but why send it back? Is that enough of a change? Is that important enough to delay, enacting this package next meeting?
Well, I sort of concur with Joseph that it would be a lot more elegant if we just had the two 2 zones, high density and medium density. And
allowed office everywhere and allowed personal service business everywhere.
well, we're trying to make our neighborhoods more walkable, 20-minute neighborhoods. The concept of allowing services, I mean, we're jumping through a lot of hoops to create our nodes so that we allow.
And this will actually detract from that.
Why?
Potentially detract from that if it's not where the nodes are and we're allowing it. Yeah, I just think there's a much larger community discussion that needs to happen if we're going to do that.
The personal business services, what, I mean, because when we discussed this in the work session, I was thinking more of like a home business, home office or.
I think it's like hairdressers, dog groomers, that kind of stuff.
Right.
So not necessarily a home business, but not a large.
Yeah.
Small, quiet
I mean, it's gotta, yeah.
I mean, we're not talking like a full-blown call center or something being, yeah. I mean, is the concern of the size of business?
Concern is the nature. I mean, I just think if it's permitted outright, I mean, it's one thing if the things that were limited and were limited, based on size. I think that's a little more palatable, but sort of permitted outright. I mean, some businesses have a high traffic count, I mean, that's the whole nature of home businesses is they're not supposed to generate traffic. This wouldn't have those kind of limitations on it. And you would be putting it you would be opening the door to put it on, streets that are, low volume residential streets where kids play on the streets, et cetera.
So I'm not terribly articulate right now, but I wish we'd heard from the business community on this. I'm not casting aspersions on staff for that. It's just, it would have been helpful. And had I had a different week, I could have done some of that outreach. That said, I think about those home businesses and the small businesses and who is typically starting them and how we see a disproportionate number of our BIPOC community members stepping into those sorts of endeavors. And I don't know, I feel like I agree with the mayor between that and just trying to acknowledge that the nature of work is rapidly evolving right now, and that we're trying to have our community be more vibrant overall and create opportunities for people to get out of the house and interact with each other in places that they don't have to get into a car to drive to and from. I'm inclined to simplify rather than preserve a multiplicity of zones. The area that we're talking about here is not enormous, and Commissioner Edge is correct that there's all sorts of ways that space is currently developed right now. It is very inconsistent when you go through there. So, we live in a changing world. We live in a climate crisis. We are needing to adapt. And I think that this is one of the ways that we can allow gradual, over time, not overnight, gradual redevelopment that will result in some of the changes that we need to start seeing.
I think if you're talking about R1B, that's probably right, that there's a hodgepodge of what exists now. But when you're talking about R3 around King Road Safeway and R3 around Providence and and R2 in historic Milwaukie, it's pretty standard. There are occasional garages set up to the setback and things like that, but it's pretty standard with standard setbacks.
I think the setback issue could easily be, I would be okay with having an overlay zone that just allows those setbacks in specified areas. Maybe they're along arterials, or they're in just the downtown zone or whatever. I don't have a real major concern with that. I think, you know, we're a town of 4 square miles, and before we had 12 zones, something like that. We're moving in the very much right direction by consolidating those zones into, what are we going to be now? 4? We'd have high density, medium density, industrial,
Manufacturing.
and the GMU.
Well, and the smattering of mixed commercial
So
zones that
6.
we have, which are also going to get
Yeah.
consolidated.
So I just, you know, I just going through the map and looking at the various places where there are these zones, I don't see a giant downside to them being just high density zones. It's not like we're saying, okay, in an R1B you can go 15 stories, but in an R3 you can only go 3. That'd be a difference, right? That's huge.
But I mean, the 10 feet height difference and the smaller requirement of, the larger lot coverage and smaller requirement of planting area. I mean, that's a big, like 15 to 35% planted area. That's a fairly big difference and creates a different sense, a different feeling. So we're losing that gradation of sort of moving out from downtown, moving out from a mixed-use hub to, having a transition area. We would just be turning everything into the equivalent of a mixed-use hub.
I mean, we're already been thinking about community hubs too, though, right? So
About what? Oh, community hub, right.
so that's another,
That's another project where this can be talked about and explored. That's coming.
right?
It seems to me it's premature to do that here. And it's not all the places that
No,
the
no,
hubs,
Yeah,
no,
no,
that's not all
I'm just
the,
saying that, I'm just trying to figure out what because the community hubs is gonna have to change. There's gonna have to be some zoning changes with those anyways, right? So I'm just trying to see what the downside is, because we do have because I remember discussing some of this while I was on planning commission. And the goal behind this was to essentially for more housing options. Like that, it wasn't to, it wasn't for the transitional difference or anything like that. It was really for housing, and we're kind of in a crunch right now. In terms of that, even though we have about 1,600 units coming online, I mean, what is it? 80% of them are market rate. So it really doesn't do much. I mean, this in terms gives us a lot more options for development, for more affordable options, I think, within zones
Well,
that normally we.
now, if you wanted to do that and create an incentive, like a 10-foot incentive for affordable housing, I might be all on board for that, but that's not what we're doing here. We're creating additional height in a fairly substantial chunk of town right across from single-family residential.
And so, for example, with the setback, speaking of the height, because that did come up, we did talk about what if we, for affordable housing, what if we reduce the setback from 20 feet to 10 feet? The issue that came up was, well, then anytime you see a 10-foot setback or you walk by and you see somebody's front yard a little bit smaller, you might point it out and say, oh, that's the affordable housing, that's the poor people's housing. So you might have the same issue with that, with the 10 foot. If you see a high rise, people say, oh yeah, that's an affordable housing unit. And if we're trying to get away from doing that too, I mean, I've been that kid. You know, I know what it feels like.
But we did do some of that in our middle housing code.
We did.
Yeah.
But, I mean, is it enough to just say did we do enough to say that's enough? That's the other question. I mean.
Well, the thing is, that code, I feel like, had a lot of work sessions and study sessions and a big community discussion. This one has not. And certainly this change has not.
Thoughts?
I like where it's headed. But yeah, I mean, I do want to take into account Councilor Beatty's note about the process, right? Your thing is also about more involvement, getting more of the community involved, the business community. I mean, I do like where it's headed. Because again, I do think it's going to expand options. And again, we also have to look at the space involved in Milwaukie, right, that we have available. So right now, I'm on the HCTC, the housing needs. There's like no space to build. So I do also want to point out to people watching that it's not like there's going to be a, you know, high rise next door to your house, 100 units in it. It's not going to work like that because this city is so limited on space. If you know what land is available to even build on, it's extremely limited. There's more availability in infill than there is in opportunity to build a new high rise. You'd have to do something like Kellogg Bowl, or somebody would have to sell their house and have it bulldozed and a developer would have to come in and build something. You know, so the likelihood of that we also have to take into consideration as well. I think that the point of this, though, is just to give us a little bit more options and untie our hands a little bit in providing those options to develop. So I do like where it's headed, but yeah, I'm always in for more community input and always. I never think that's a.
I mean, I think the code as proposed does create more flexibility and does fix a lot of, you know, antiquated things, language in our code, as was pointed out. Yeah. I mean, I guess I think the hub discussion is coming. The hub discussion is a place to fine tune this some more. Staff has done this work that came through the Planning Commission, you know, this way. You know, I feel like let's adopt it and let the thought of more, you know, higher floors and less, you know, more dense, more large and denser stuff come with the hubs discussion.
But that's not going to affect most of this. I mean, there are one or two hubs within this zone, but the bulk of the hubs discussion is not going to have anything to do with identity
Well, that's what we
zones.
don't know, really, yeah. I mean, you're right. There will be hubs there will be things discussed as potential hubs that are outside of these zones,
Majority of them.
but that discussion will be about increasing development potential in those hubs. And so why not take the 3 zones for now and have that discussion?
I would be happy to, if we're talking about creating more input, send this back to the Planning Commission with the idea of consolidation. You know, if that's the hang up, I think that's fine. I agree with the mayor that this is not something that's really going to be tremendously affected by the hubs conversation. These are 2 very different realms. They touch on similar themes, but in terms of zoning, they're different creatures.
Dizzy, any thoughts on this?
Councilor Beatty, can you clarify exactly what, I mean, we've been talking about a lot. What's your main, I guess, for lack of a better term, beef?
Well, I think if you look at this map, we have a kind of
This is
concentric, kind of a,
RS 53.
Talking about the yellow one?
talking about the, map on
Oh,
RS 122.
so the one with the 3 zones.
Yeah, the one with the 3 zones.
Okay.
So you've got the R1B right around downtown, you've got the R2, a circle around that, and then you've got the R3, which is largely the buffer around the general mixed use. I mean, I think those are useful buffers, useful transition zones between higher density areas and lower density areas. There's a useful distinction in that list of, should office be allowed in all those places? Should some of these things be allowed outright? Should they be conditional use? Should they have some neighborhood input before they're allowed to be in, et cetera? So I think by treating them all alike, I just don't think there's been enough I don't think there's been enough community discussion about what that means for the 30th, 36th Avenue or 47th Avenue, the people who live on the edges of these areas. I think the transition now, as opposed to having 10-foot taller buildings and smaller yards, larger amounts of lot coverage, so larger buildings on parcels, larger both footprint-wise and larger height-wise, right up against the residential, the RMD zone is just, I think I like the way staff wrote it. I think there's value in a transitional kind of area.
So I think I'm hearing 3 people thinking consolidation, potentially with an overlay zone in the R1B area to allow closer setbacks. Seem okay with that. One that wants to keep it as proposed by staff originally, and I don't know where you're at.
I'm with the 3.
So 4-1, and do we think we want to send it back to Planning Commission with that potential change?
If that would help ameliorate some of Councillor Beatty's concerns, that's why I brought that up as a possibility. If it doesn't address that, then I don't see a point in it.
I always think more input is better, and it allows Planning Commission to discuss Councillor Edge's late-breaking suggestions. I do think that's better than just passing it on the fly, writing it on the fly.
I'd be open to that, especially with commissioners.
Does that make you guys crazy?
Yeah. We have so much to do. I'm not sure exactly what will happen.
May I have you come up?
Well, I would just say that the Planning Commission did have a recommendation. And we talked about a couple of different changes that you all talked about. So I think that if there's an agreement on those 2 changes, then it would be great just to move forward with the Planning Commission's recommendation. Because the only thing we're going to do is go back, and there's going to be the one conversation, as I think I understand it, that Joseph was talking about with the setbacks. But right now, with the setbacks. So we don't have to address that at this moment unless people feel really strongly about it. But then we'll have to take it back to Planning Commission, and then we'll have to bring it back to you to another hearing. And we have so much on our agenda. So every time we kind of have to take a step backwards, everything just slows back down. So that's just my main concern. I don't know what value there is to going back to Planning Commission with the exception of that one setback. And so you all maybe could have that discussion now and make that decision without having Planning Commission weigh in on it.
But wasn't the Planning Commission's recommendation 3 zones?
Yes.
Okay. But they're talking about consolidating them all. So it's 2 things. It's consolidating them and shrinking the setback.
Yes.
And thank you for that feedback, Laura. This is the problem with me being on Zoom is I can't read the body language of staff in the room. So I apologize for proposing something that was going to be crazy making. That is, you're absolutely, I hear you on the work plan already being insane. So I take that off the table if I can.
Yeah, I don't, like I said, if we were talking about 15 stories compared to 45 feet, you would absolutely be right. It would be something that we should absolutely have more discussion about, but we're not talking about anything that drastic. It's a pretty nominal change. We still have the side yard, whatever that thing is called, plain.
I will tell you that actually I heard from a few people who were agitated about the Providence, people who live on that street, quite agitated about the Providence senior facility that was going to be, I guess, 45 feet towering over their houses.
Okay.
And we also had feedback before I was on council about the Annie Ross House redevelopment because of that same issue. I mean, it is a real challenge when the community has change. There's no 2 ways around that.
I think Annie Ross House is only 35 feet.
Yes, but the same concept of this is a big building coming into a neighborhood where we are not accustomed to seeing big buildings. It raised ire with several neighbors. I remember watching those meetings. And today, I think that it's all pretty okay. So it's that anticipation of what is this going to be like is very difficult. And it would be challenging for me. I don't cast any shade on anyone who is concerned about that. But I think that's the reality of how we navigate change as a community, not an indication that we cannot ever have change.
And I'm really sorry to do this, but we are 30 minutes over now, and we've got 3 major items still tonight.
So can you come back to us with a consolidated and an overlay zone where the R1B is to allow a closer setback on the front yard? Awesome.
And just to clarify, that's coming back in 2 weeks or 3 weeks to the next meeting, in which case council need to motion to continue the hearing.
It's on the bottom of page 8.
Yeah, on page 8.
I move to continue the hearing on the high-density residential zones code changes, file number ZA-2022-002 to December 6, 2022.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded to continue the hearing on the high-density residential zones code changes, file number ZA-2022-002 to December 6, 2022. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None heard. It is continued. Very good, thank you.
And for all the people waiting on climate fee, I think this next one will not be so long, so.
Hopefully.
This one will be maybe shorter.
All right, electric vehicle charging infrastructure code amendment adoption, ordinance file number ZA-2022-006. The public hearing on the electric vehicle charging infrastructure code adoption is called to order. The purpose of this hearing is to hear the staff report, take public comment, deliberate, and consider adopting changes to the city's municipal code. Does any council member wish to announce an actual or potential conflict of interest? No.
No.
None heard. All right. Brett Gelber.
Good evening. Oh, sorry.
No. And Adam's still with us.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor Gamma and councilors, both present and virtual. Brett and Adam here to return to a topic that we visited with you about earlier in the year. I think it was August, mid-August, to talk about some new requirements for electric vehicle charging infrastructure. We will try, both in the interest of the time and the agenda that you have in front of you, and also acknowledging that we have talked with you about this before, but being mindful of the fact that there may be people tuning in who aren't familiar with this. We'll try to hit some points, but move quickly as well. So this effort is coming from two relatively recent statewide efforts to establish new rules related to requirements for establishing electric vehicle or EV charging infrastructure. One of them, which came through a House bill, is already in effect, is being implemented through the building code. The other one is related to climate-friendly and equitable communities rulemaking, and that is the one that carries a deadline for Milwaukie, like other cities in the state, to come into compliance by the end of March next year. We presented some things that, some information that compares and contrasts just a little bit to show the differences between these two things. And I guess, again, some key points. One of them is already effectively in effect through the building code. We are talking about requirements for new construction. And the rules that we're going to discuss with you tonight do relate to construction of both mixed use, residential, multi-unit and commercial buildings. And we'll get a little more into the detail of the percentages, but just again, the basis of this is these two statewide efforts. We've talked a little bit about just the simple differences between different levels of charging, levels for lack of better terms, or just for ease of reference, levels 1, 2, and 3. Level 2 being the focus of these rules, and that's the kind of charging that you often see in relation to kind of a home, where there's a home charger where a vehicle can be recharged over a matter of hours, versus the kind of infrastructure you maybe see along the highway where the idea is you would get a very rapid charge. These rules, again, are focused on level 2 for a relatively efficient charging effort. And they are also focused on what the term we're referring to is EV capable. The idea is the requirements are about establishing infrastructure for EV charging at the time of construction, acknowledging that it's cheaper to do it then than to come back and retrofit. And the thing that we emphasized when we talked to you before, and the rules, because of the relationship of the building code for the entire state, these rules are not allowing you to require directly the installation of actual chargers, but rather to establish infrastructure. And so we had a really good discussion with you in August and understood your approach, and Adam will talk about that just a little bit. But just to understand and be clear about the minimum rules that need to be established that the community has to adopt from the state, or that for new residential construction, at least 40% of any parking spaces that are provided with respect to that development has to have at least 40% need to have EV capability. That is, have the conduit established space in the panel, not necessarily a charger. So with that, I'll turn over to Adam and let him explain a little bit more about how we're getting there.
Thank you. So we discussed some of these equity considerations at the previous work session, so I'll try to breeze through them a little bit. While these actions were taking tonight are key steps toward an equitable EV future. There are some gaps that do remain for ensuring that equitable access to EVs for renters, low-income people, and BIPOC communities. We can go to the next one. So EVs in the Climate Action Plan, is worth noting that the Climate Action Plan has additional policies and goals for EV infrastructure, which are listed here, the bottom 3 bullets. The top bullet is what we're here to do tonight. And this is really just an initial step on what we can do in the zoning code. City Council provided direction in August at the work session, and we developed that code, and that was refined through a Planning Commission work session and a public hearing. So these are the proposed amendments by the Planning Commission that were recommended and forwarded, recommended for adoption. The proposal is to offer 2 compliance paths for EV charging infrastructure. Applicants can elect to provide a larger percentage of EV capable spaces, or they can choose to provide the minimum number of required EV capable spaces if they include a small number of installed electric vehicle chargers. And so for what it showed on the slide before and shows in this table is that for multi-unit and mixed-use residential development with 5 or more units, the recommendation is that applicants provide either 100% EV capable spaces or 40% EV capable spaces with installed chargers at no fewer than 10% of those parking spaces. And for commercial developments, the proposal is to have applicants provide either 50% of EV capable spaces or 20% with installed chargers at 5% of spaces. So this table here, you can see the very top is the number of parking spaces that would be EV capable based on the parking lot size, which is along the top. And you can see below, essentially a couple of takeaways are that for commercial developments between 1 and 20 new spaces being created, they would be required to either install the minimum with 1 charger, if they were, say, pursuing option B. Once you get to 21 new parking spaces, then you would tip over into requiring the 2nd charger if you chose the minimum compliance option. And for residential development, if you were pursuing option B with installed chargers, that would be any parking lot with new spaces from 1 to 10 new spaces.
Can you move that thing off of that chart? Sorry.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that. So for a residential new parking lot from 1 to 10 new spaces in a development would require 1 installed EV charger, and beyond that number of spaces, you would tip into requiring the 2nd installed EV charger. So that's for people pursuing option B. You could, of course, pursue option A, which would just mean that you would be providing a lot more EV capable spaces than the state rules require.
So this is the heart of the discussion for tonight. And so the key question is, does council feel like what is being proposed in the amendments satisfies what you were after in terms of wanting to find a way to incentivize or encourage actual charger installation while still meeting minimum requirements? So that I want to just come back to that real quickly, just to cover the form of, similar to what you were just looking at with the high density residential, this kind of zoning text amendment has, these basic approval criteria of, and this is reflected in the findings that have been prepared for you, is just demonstrating consistency with these different levels of other types of regulations. And so similar to, the standard kind of approach here is your options are, and what we're recommending is that you adopt what we prepared for you and put in the packet. If you, through your discussions, want to adjust or tinker with some of the percentages, there's an opportunity to make those revisions and still adopt the code. Or if you decide that per your discussion, you think you need more time, another option is to continue the hearing. So with that, I guess I would just return to the essence of, and what we're curious about is your discussion. And actually, if you have any questions, I guess, before we finish this part of it, about what we're proposing and how it addresses what you were hoping to achieve.
I think it hits the mark perfectly for me. So is there any questions for staff on this at this point?
I thought it was great. I mean, I think the residential is spot on. I guess my one note of, concern is the commercial, because it says, it's about 4 commercial and industrial uses that provide off-street parking. Choose one of the following. Well, we know we have a lot of businesses, especially both in North Milwaukie and in International Way, that don't provide adequate parking for their users. And does this create an incentive for their employees? I mean, does this create an incentive for them to continue with that, or to even,
I don't think it would affect them because they're not building a new building.
This is about new development.
Okay.
So if, for example, one of those industrial uses that you're talking about were to add an additional building and parking in conjunction with that additional building, then it would affect it. But up until that point, it's not going to have any effect one way or the other.
Fair enough.
I guess a similar example would be the existing parking lot at Milwaukie Marketplace. It is what it is. It's not affected by this. The development of a new shopping center somewhere, we have room for that, but would encounter these new requirements.
But like a building in, over on International Way, Dave's Killer Bread, if they do some kind of incremental additions or something, they don't typically have to build additional parking. Well, I guess, if they have to build additional parking, then this applies, right?
Correct.
If their expansion triggers additional parking requirements, this applies. It's not just like it's not just like it has to be a scrape off and a whole new building. It's whatever, I guess that's what
I think it's whenever new parking is established. For commercial development as well as residential that rises to that level of multi-unit mixed use with at least five units.
Okay.
Have we received any additional correspondence on the topic?
No.
Does anyone wish to comment on the proposed electric vehicle charging infrastructure code? Please fill out one of these. Actually, in the interest of time, why don't you come testify and then fill out the yellow thing? No, we need you at the microphone. Sorry.
Oh, there?
Either microphone.
And do you have to read the script?
Yeah, my name is.
Just a sec. The council will now take public testimony on the proposed code changes. I will recognize speakers and any questions should be addressed through me. When you begin to speak, state your name and city of residence for the record. For those in person who wish to speak, please submit a yellow comment card found on the table just outside the door. If you're on Zoom, please use the raise hand reaction to alert staff you wish to speak. And when instructed to begin, click the microphone option to unmute yourself. If you're calling into Zoom and would like to make a comment, dial *9 to raise your hand. You may also submit a comment via email to ocr@milwaukieoregon.gov. Presentation times for all speakers will be limited. Representatives of groups will be limited to 10 minutes. From individuals will be limited to 3 minutes. Please confine your remarks to the proposed action, avoid repetition and irrelevant information. All right, all you.
Yeah, my name is Michael Ranella, resident of Milwaukie. And I really agree with a lot of what you say. Lisa, is it Beatty? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I really love your view of a lot of different topics, and you were very alert with the last topic that we were on. Very impressed with your view of things. Saying all of that, I see that you really are into consolidation, of the city. I see the need for that. But to try to consolidate and then, if we're going to have additional parking, added, we're talking about twice I wouldn't say a waste of space, but if you're going to add parking structure, parking structures, parking lots, and then lose potential space from adding charging stations, I just see that we're not really helping the issue of the lack of spacing. The amount of, electric vehicles that are being purchased right now, it's not really justifying that, I think, taking place at this juncture. I think that you're going to have to see the purchases increase before that's a great idea to tackle on. I think you could revisit that another point, but one thing I'm just not hearing enough of is let's talk to businesses. Let's even the last topic I wanted to say, let's talk to businesses first before making any major decisions on these matters. More conversation needs to be had, and you've addressed that multiple times, and I really appreciate that. But let's just slow down, talk to businesses, get some take, from them. Obviously, the residential is important, but there are things that businesses see that maybe you all don't see, and that's normal, different angle of things, different lens. But I just really hope that you all could take the time to speak to businesses and just see how this may affect them that you might not realize. So anyway, that's definitely my 2 cents on the matter. I'm just a little bit concerned of, adding parking spaces, which it's going to happen, right? Let's say Dave's Killer Bread adds a structure. They're then going to have to add UV stations, which they need or they may not need. I think that, if they want to add, let's say, even cutting that down from 10%, let's say 5%, okay, it's progress, right? We're working our way towards that. But who is this going to cost? Where's this money coming from? Is this going to be coming from the business owner? Most likely, So that's why I just think it's really important to have those conversations with the business owner and just see how they feel about it. My family, no, I'm out of time. Okay. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Any others? Scott, anybody online?
I see no hand raised, Mr. Mayor. I have no other cards, and I'm checking the email.
Okay. Does staff have any response to the testimony?
I think just one point of clarification or a reminder is just that, again, we are working in a context of a state requirement. So there's a minimum standard that the city is expected to adopt. And I guess, or I don't need to remind the council this, but for anyone who hasn't been tuning into this discussion, I mean, the council expressed a really strong interest previously in trying to figure out how to incentivize or really push for the installation of actual chargers so that people could take more immediate advantage of that facility. And I think the direction that we were given, I think was good. It was very clear. It was creative in terms of identifying a way to work with the constraints that we have of, the building code not allowing us to require that, but you raise the bar significantly so that, and presented a choice for folks that they can either, go well beyond the minimum or drop back and simply provide an extra charger. So I certainly don't need to tell you that. Just I guess for the larger group.
And it's worth noting as well that if an applicant could meet the type 3 variance criteria, they could, apply to get a variance of some kind to that standard, and potentially, if they can meet those criteria, potentially avoid some of these issues. So it's not like there's no path forward.
To be clear, they could apply for a variance to come only as far down as the state's minimum. So if someone was really struggling with the requirement to install a charger and they wanted to go through if they wanted to pay $2,000 right now, the current type 3 variance fee, and ask for relief from a standard where, again, maybe it would be worth it to them depending on how many chargers they would have to install. That option could be there, and their specific circumstances could be considered through that process.
Thank you. Are there any more questions for staff? If there are no more questions, I will entertain a motion to close the public comment part of the electric vehicle charging infrastructure code changes hearing.
I move to close the public comment part of the hearing on the electric vehicle charging infrastructure code changes.
I'll second.
It has been moved and seconded to close the public comment period of the hearing on the electric vehicle charging infrastructure code changes. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None heard. The public comment part of the public hearing on the electric vehicle charging infrastructure code changes is closed. Is there any council discussion?
I think I appreciated the comments of the commenter, but I do think the fact that this is only triggered by new development and new development that requires parking, and, not all new development requires parking or parking over five spaces. So, yeah, I'm comfortable with the way that staff has proposed it.
Council ready to vote? Then I would entertain a motion.
I move for the first and second readings by title only and adoption of the ordinance amending Municipal Code Title 19 zoning ordinance to establish electric vehicle charging infrastructure requirements, file number ZA-2022-006.
I second.
It has been moved and seconded for first and second readings by title only and adoption of the ordinance amending Municipal Code MMC Title 19 zoning ordinance to establish electric vehicle charging infrastructure requirements, file number ZA-2022-006. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None heard. It passes unanimously. Ms. Ober, would you please read the ordinance by title only twice?
An ordinance of the City of Milwaukie, Oregon, amending Municipal Code Title 19, zoning ordinance to establish electric vehicle charging infrastructure requirements, file number ZA-2022-006. And again, the ordinance of the City of Milwaukie, Oregon, amending Municipal Code MMC Title 19, zoning ordinance to establish electric vehicle charging infrastructure requirements, file number ZA-2022-006.
Mr. Stauffer, would you please poll the council?
Council President Heisey.
Aye.
Councilor Khosrowbadi.
Aye.
Councilor Beatty.
Aye.
Councilor Nicodemus.
Aye.
Mayor Gamba.
Aye.
Motion carried 5-0, ordinance 2221.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I just say, personally, this is my last official opportunity to address this iteration of the council. And I just want to thank you very much for your leadership. Council President Heisey, I'm sorry you're not here in the room, but I just want to extend that since I know things will be changing with the beginning of the new year. So thank you very much for all the leadership and good deliberations and discussion that you've had over the last time. So thank you.
Thank you. Do you want 5 minutes? All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we will be back to hear the climate fund adoption ordinance and resolution. All right, we are back, and our next item of business is a climate fund adoption ordinance and resolution. This will be presented by our Climate Natural Resources Manager, Natalie Rogers, and our Public Works Director, Peter Pastorelli. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, Council. Scott, are we already sharing or do I need to? Yeah. More and more. I think one more meeting and I'll be just pure proficiency.
There are ants up here.
Well, good evening, everyone. So, my name is Natalie Rogers. I'm the Climate and Natural Resources Manager here at the city. I'm also joined with Peter Pastorelli, our Public Works Director. My position is within Public Works, so a lot of the work that I do is also related to our Public Works team. So we're here again, bringing back kind of the latest version, I would say, of the Climate Fund, which we've been exploring over the last few months in depth, but it was a conversation that started earlier. And just for folks listening, I kind of wanted to give a little timeline on where this came from, why we're looking at it, and then also kind of some of the direction that we've received so far. So in 2018, the community went on a process that actually started, I would say, back in 2017 with a visioning process. And that Milwaukie vision document said words like completely sustainable. And so from that vision came a direction from City Council to explore a climate action plan. A climate action plan consists of a bunch of different topics. Oftentimes they're related to climate, but also the other co-benefits. So livability, resiliency, kind of other aspects. So they touch a variety of topics in our climate action plan: natural resources, public health preparedness, building and energy, transportation. And so right now we have over 53 already adopted city-led actions, including programs, education direction, incentives direction. And that was baked in that original climate action plan adopted in 2018. I started right after the adoption of that plan. And that's some of the work that we've been working on over the last 4 years now. In 2020, we had a climate emergency declaration from City Council. And what that did is that accelerated our climate goals as a community. That's relevant to some of this program and work because that means that we have 5 less years to do that work. And so some of the programs that we were looking at kind of needed to be expedited. And we really started digging into local opportunities. I think also in general, a lot of folks in our region started seeing the urgency of climate change. And so as opportunities started to become more apparent at the state level, federal level, we started taking advantage of some of those programs. But the key thing is our climate program is currently funded through this council goal process. And that's an annually kind of revisited goal. And so in 2021, council readopted the climate goal, but there was a conversation around how should this work be funded instead of kind of revisiting it every single year. And so council gave us essentially direction as staff to explore different funding opportunities. So over the then, like I would say, spring to summer, staff worked with consultants in order to explore different funding opportunities and revenue structures. And that's what we brought back in July 2022. And that's that original kind of conversation around funding models. And then in September, we took the feedback that were received at that July council session, and then we updated the funding structure, and council decided essentially on what a goal revenue balance would be. But there was still this question around what type of programs would that be supportive from the climate action plan, where would those essentially dollars go to with all of the 53 plus strategies that we have. So between then and now, essentially what staff has been doing, and I'll run through a little bit of our survey, is I've been soliciting feedback from the community and the business community on what type of programs people would be interested in to address that question. We also did some outreach and awareness and things like our utility bill stuff for social media posts, email blasts, et cetera, around kind of what this fee structure is. But it has been a very compressed timeline, I will say that. So just as an overview, and some of this information should be pretty familiar, but what the climate fee is based on the Streets and Surface Maintenance Program fee structure or fund structure, meaning essentially land use would determine a billing unit cost. And the way that we did it is we consolidated some of the existing SSMPs, which are quite numerous, into essentially 5 major land use types from industry down to multifamily. And then we looked at our community-wide emissions as a city. And we said, okay, based on these different land use types, who emits the most greenhouse gas emissions? And that's how we essentially broke down the responsibility of this fund. What types of land use would go to pay for certain chunks, matching those emission profiles. And then that essentially then boiled down to what would a billing unit cost in order to pay those responsible funds. Council provided direction to staff for things like, we want to have a lower fee for multifamily housing because those units often don't emit that much as a tenant. So we provided a multiplier for that. We also made sure to bake in things like exemptions for folks participating in the city's utility billing assistance program. And when we are looking at programming areas, this is before we had the survey results, but it's pretty much exploring the different 5 areas within our climate action plan. And then things that would be broken down to would be things like education. So if we wanted outreach, if we wanted actually to go to schools to talk to kids, awareness of certain things like incentives, state incentives, essentially opportunities that already exist, but they're kind of hard to come by if you're not directly looking for them. City incentives. So actually, can the city provide any incentives to the community? Costs, rebates, things like financial assistance. And then also city staff assistance. So city staff, can actually commit some of their time to helping businesses, to helping residents on things that might otherwise require technical expertise that they then wouldn't have to pay for. So with that, we did do a climate fund programming survey. And so this was pretty explicit, I actually added up front, and in case you need a reference, I have it here. We did a utility billing stuffer, and it advertised the city staff are looking for direction on what type of programs that would this fund support. And so we did that community survey. It's very much focused on what programs are you taking advantage of currently? Where do you need help or assistance? And how much do you agree that you need help or assistance in those areas? The business survey was much more specific and was like, what are your feelings on this fee structure? And I can provide some of those answers. We can also spend a little time in the future going into more depth if we continue this conversation on what programs the city's offering. I think there's also, I'll be giving you a report on kind of where we are and what we have been doing over the last 4 years by the end of this year. So that's also helpful information. Overall, we got quite a few survey respondents, which is really good to hear. We had physical surveys at all the city buildings, and we had them online on Engage Milwaukie. We had about 187 online responses. We had actually 4 paper surveys. We just received another one. For our business survey, we had about 19 unique online responses, and those were businesses within Milwaukie. And then we also called out on the community survey an option for if you were a business taking the community survey. So on that, we got 14 responses on the community survey as well. The survey overall, like I mentioned, was framed to answer the question, what programs do Milwaukeeans use and what programs do they want? So overall, are there existing barriers to programs? Are there, what's actually being utilized by residents? And that helps us determine what programming we should offer in the future. So I just wanted to give a little overview of what that survey looked like. Let me see if I can move this guy. Oh, there we go. I'm going to have to just kind of slide this around. So on the Engage page, I just wanted to show folks, this is the information that was also on the utility bill handout, running through essentially what the fee structure looks like, what the intended use of those fees would be, and then thinking about the intended use of those fees, what programs would you be interested in? And then the 2 surveys were below. We did email blast out. We always use the link to this general engage page to our, we sent it to everyone with a business registration in Milwaukie, which was about over 1,200 individual emails. And we got some good feedback back, and that's some of that testimony that you see, but also those are some of those responses. Overall, for the folks responding to the survey, the majority are Milwaukie residents. That's that yellow bar up in this top. This is kind of where we asked, what's your relationship with Milwaukie? We also asked questions around, do you identify as a low-income community member? And we did get about, it says 22% or so folks. And then also, I just thought this was interesting to share because, this is also helpful for me to understand for programming, which is if you self-identify as a low-income community member, do you participate in any existing assistance programs? And so I'm happy to share this out in more detail, and I'll share this with, the slides will be available for folks wanting to look in more detail, of course, and I can provide some zoomed in because it's kind of hard to see. But overall, there's assistance programs that folks take advantage of, including things like food bank. One of the most, the largest utilized ones is energy assistance. And so I'm going to show you. It's being sticky. There we go. Let me move this one more time. And don't worry about the text at the bottom. I think more than I can narrate some of that for you. Okay. So on the left, what you see here overall, this is kind of the multiple programs that we can offer, from things on the top being like EVs, EV incentives, habitat-friendly landscaping assistance, private tree maintenance assistance, private tree planting, energy retrofits. What would you find most useful? And what do you think would provide the most community benefit? So the way that this is broken out, the blue and the pink is on the disagree side. So it goes definitely disagree to pink being somewhat disagree, purple being neither agree nor disagree, yellow, somewhat agree, green, definitely agree. So of these different types of programs and assistance opportunities, this allowed us to kind of get an idea of which ones maybe would be most popular, which ones maybe be most utilized. What we don't, of course, know is what maybe specific programs that we don't have right now could meet that gap that would take future engagement, future outreach, and potentially kind of massaging to make sure that it's actually useful for folks, thinking about the past conversations that we've had around different barriers. So overall, a lot of these programs, folks responded that they would find useful. We didn't have costs associated with these programs. So that's something to keep in mind for some of these kind of questions. But really, I was trying to gauge interest more than anything. There's a lot of them related to natural resources, but then a big one is things like replacing building assets, energy-related assets and retrofits. That's actually very similar to the business survey respondents that we got back. Renewable energy installation, participating in utility or Energy Trust of Oregon programming, assistance in that work. Each of those bars, instead of kind of being the agree to disagree Likert scale, this is just pure check which one you think you would actually use or find helpful. So we saw a lot related to energy, building energy, EV charging installations, things that, that hard infrastructure assistance seem to be very popular with businesses as programs that they would be interested in participating in. So today, what we have is we have presented you with a potential draft code, and that relates to the feedback that we've received already, as well as kind of our idea of sketching out what this would look like if it was in our city code. So I don't know if this is able to move at all. There we go. Oh, put them down. So overall, one thing that's outlined in the code is what applicable projects would be essentially supported by this fund. It's very much what's adopted already in our climate action plan. I did provide up front, if folks are interested tonight, in getting an executive summary of our climate action plan, which lists all of those different programs and strategies. There's also outlined a fee reduction process. So this is something that we heard would be really beneficial, is essentially, for folks who maybe have already installed infrastructure on their home, like solar, or businesses that have already invested significantly in things like EV chargers or, our more sustainable land use practices. This is a pathway for them to submit an application and get a fee reduction based on that work. It also establishes an appeal process, and that similar kind of structure is also offered for a category adjustment process. So that relates to the classification of land use, so that SSFMP designation. But for us, it would be the greenhouse gas category designation. So for example, if you're binned within, say, industrial, you feel like you fit more of the services category, you can submit an application and staff will review it. And essentially there's a formalized process in order to go through that. Another thing that we're presenting with this is an adjusted stormwater code. What that relates to is our natural resources projects as a city. So for folks listening, there are, and actually I get a lot of questions on this, so it's a good thing to talk about, which is, why can't we pay for these projects with the existing funds that we have? And for stormwater code, or for stormwater funds in particular, that's related to public stormwater infrastructure. So a lot of our tree programs are funded through our stormwater fund. However, really the way that our stormwater fund is defined, it's very particular, saying that this needs to be both public utility assets where those dollars are going to, and it doesn't explicitly call out nature-based infrastructure. Our stormwater permits that we submit to the state, to Department of Environmental Quality, or DEQ, that is very heavy on us utilizing trees as green infrastructure. Our trees do provide a lot of stormwater utility benefits. And so what this code amendment does is it just calls out, essentially saying that trees are nature-based infrastructure. It's a valid use of stormwater funds for stormwater surface water mitigation, reduced flow into our gray infrastructure. But what the climate fund would do is it would essentially close that gap on what type of projects on private property in particular would be able to be supported by the city. Things like tree maintenance on private properties, or maybe low-income assistance for tree removals or tree care on private property. Right now, stormwater dollars can't be used for those programs. So this would kind of step in to kind of close that gap in funding.
I did want to add a couple things to that piece there too. So, what we're really trying to do with this code, and it's really sort of targeted, as Natalie was saying, to clarify the use of our stormwater funds. The code itself, there's a lot of work that needs to be done on that stormwater code. This was a narrowly targeted piece, but it was to clarify how we can use stormwater funds. What are those instances or exceptions where we can use stormwater funds on private property? One of them was some FEMA-related programs where we're using match. We need to have a non-federal match. That was one. Another opportunity was where it could be demonstrated to the city engineer's satisfaction that that stormwater facility or that component of that facility provides a benefit that extends beyond that property. So we tried to put that in there to provide some of those flexibility and to sort of clarify when stormwater dollars could be used on private properties.
And so with that, we really just wanted to give you time to discuss, to provide any other feedback or clarification points that you'd like us to make. Overall, what this is supposed to do is provide funding for what programs we're already offering, what kind of work we're already doing, that doesn't then have to be funded through a council goal setting process. But there's definitely some different opportunities we can explore as seen in that survey for other programs that might be of interest to the community. But this is kind of a multi-step process. And in order to kind of do some of the outreach and education work, that could also be its own project in itself. So with that, I am going to share EngageMilwaukeeOregon.gov. The Climate Fund page is still up there in case folks are listening and they want to visit and kind of read some of the information on there. Otherwise, that's my contact info, and I'm happy to take any questions or come back in a little bit after you hear some public comment.
I have a question. I like that you added the, the fee waiver for people who have done some kind of, solar panels or whatever. I guess I wonder if you're worried about how much time it's going to take to adjudicate those kind of applications and what it's, yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point, and I'm appreciative that you're cognizant of it. So, the nice part is that with this new permit system overhaul that we're having as a city, there's an opportunity to potentially work with the consultants and build out an online page for this application process, which really a lot of, at least what I've seen from tree permits, a lot of the time spent on it isn't so much processing the application, it's more of educating people on how to actually submit an application and what's required for it. So I think at the beginning, there might take a little bit of staff time in order to make sure that that workflow is working well. Overall, though, really what's helpful is to set up very kind of explicit standards and requirements and checkboxes and provide the educational material to residents to know if they meet those check boxes and how to tell. With that, I think that it can be pretty simple. What might take a little more time is when we're starting to look just overall at comparative values. So, if we're looking at something like a solar installation, how much, does that weigh to something like EV chargers? And so there might take a little staff time in order to set that up to make sure that we have something that's pretty transparent in kind of our comparison. And that's definitely something that we can also bring back to and have another discussion on to make sure if it's, meeting essentially council's need to address the climate goal too.
I mean, I have heard, so I think the thing I guess I anticipate being asked, because I've been asked it before we even started talking about climate fee, was why can't I get a stormwater credit for my trees, right? And I mean, that could become a huge, administrative burden. And that question's been asked for years. I mean, I've had that question over many years, most of the time I've been on council. So I guess, yeah.
And I do believe that there is actually a stormwater credit process for development for trees.
For new development.
There are some credits available for stormwater as it relates to development during that development process. If you're putting, if you are able to demonstrate that that a development is able to provide, sufficient water quality and water quantity needs that won't impact the rest of the community, then there's a credit that's available and an application process. And I believe, the engineering department reviews those when they do get those. And then there are some.
Peter, is that SDC credits or is that fee credits, monthly fee credits?
That relates to the SDC credit, yes. And there also is a application related to stormwater, the stormwater fee itself. That's similar, if you're able to demonstrate that you're
treating on site.
You're treating on site and you're holding your water on site. You can be eligible for a credit of some sort.
I think I have heard some feedback though related to things like other utility bills and water bills, and other jurisdictions do offer programs that can maybe be more like, I think City of Portland has one that's something like $200, or is it $50 to $200 on a utility bill? That's kind of almost like a lump sum credit that then gets parsed out. So, that's a direction staff could look at. As Peter mentioned, overall, there's going to be a lot of changes to our stormwater code coming because DEQ is actually requiring them through our municipal stormwater permitting requirements by the end of 2024. So as much as maybe you're a little tired of seeing me, I will be back here very frequently and often. And those are exciting too, because it's pretty much also just gets to, validate a lot of the work we're already doing around green infrastructure.
Can you put back up the slide with the responses? Yeah. Okay. And that was, you said 119 or something?
187 online responses, 4 physical copy surveys of the community survey. We also got 19 business responses on the business survey. And then that 189 included 14 business responses. There's also employees. One of the answers that we did have was, are you an employee of a Milwaukie business? So that's another kind of a demographic that's included in the survey. And I can read from the top to bottom if it's helpful. So the top bar is purchasing electric vehicles and installing chargers. The second bar is using bikes and alternative transportation for commuting. The third one is developing workplace bike and alternative transportation programs or policies. And as you can see, some of these are framed to address kind of both residential customers and business customers. The fourth is choosing habitat-friendly landscaping choices, including things like drought-tolerant landscaping. The fifth is planting new trees on private property. The next one down is preserving or maintaining trees on private property. So that would be things like, of course, pruning, maintenance programs. And then now we're on the fourth up from the bottom. So that goes installing solar panels on buildings or putting renewable energy on buildings. The next down, so the third to the bottom, is replacing building water heaters and heating infrastructure with more energy efficient or carbon-free options. And then practicing energy conscious or sustainable behaviors. So that's related to kind of like workplace policies and other kind of more of that behavior adjusted work. And then the final one is purchasing renewable energy options. And that would be things like through our PGE programs and other kind of utility programs that are offered. Time. And then in case folks are interested, from the left to the right, we got electric vehicles, fleet conversions or purchases for a business survey, then EV charging infrastructure installation, intentional expansion of tree canopy on facility sites, and workplace green teams or sustainability related policies. The 2 blue bars, the left is the renewable energy installation, so that's like rooftop solar, and then the right would be participation in utility or Energy Trust of Oregon programming for energy efficiency or building upgrades. And then we have the dark green, the mid green, and then the orange bars as where we are. So from the dark green, we have participation in renewable energy programs through your utility. The lime green is workplace commuting and alternative transportation promotion and infrastructure installation, so bike racks, commuting policies. And then the orange is floodplain or surface water management site improvements. So one question actually that we did ask our business community members is, what are you most concerned about? And part of that is so we can see what programs that can be offered to address those concerns. Heat and flooding seem to be a big one, along, of course, with cost and inflation. So I don't, there's a lot of different concerns that our business community members did present, and overall, a lot of site concerns of the ones associated with kind of the climate impact. The red bar is wildlife-related or wildfire-related site improvements. And then from the right, the second bar, and so that green bar is extreme heat or air quality-related policies or site improvements. And then we have other, which ended up being a variety of different things, smaller programs kind of that fit into these other programs as well.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? All right. Council will now take community member comments regarding the proposed climate fund. For those in person who wish to speak, if you're at City Hall, please submit a yellow comment card. If you're on Zoom, please use the raised hand reaction. If you're calling in through Zoom and would like to make a comment, dial *9 to raise your hand. You may also submit a comment via email to to ocr@milwaukeeoregon.gov. Before you make your comments, please state your name and city residence for the record. Speakers will be limited to 3 minutes each. So I have a handful of cards. Where are we on online?
We have one person on Zoom who's called in on a phone and they have raised their hand.
Okay. Well, just so we don't forget them, let's start with that.
All right, if you're on the phone, you've now been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself. And please say your name and city of residence for the record.
David James, resident of Milwaukie. I've been listening to everything that's been kind of mentioned here, and there was something mentioned about existing funds. And I'm kind of wondering about, things like, I happen to be looking at my property tax statement that came, there's 24 lines. And I noticed at the very top of, the general government total is the city of Milwaukie. Mine happens to be 949. There's the business and rental licensing fees that go. I have a rental property, so I have a tax that comes with that, or rental fee. I'm just wondering about, the nature of even taking some small amount, since you can't take money from the stormwater, fund, where you might be able to take some funds from some of these other categories to start this fund that you want to, put into place, climate fund. I'm sure everyone's very aware of the inflationary pressures, that are practically affecting every financial category right now. I think is very real and very imposing pressure on Milwaukee citizens. I know it is for me. Implementing this additional tax anytime soon, I think would be a real burden. And I would hope that if you're thinking of doing this, you might want to, push it into 2023 maybe or something. I just feel that, I hope everyone's aware of how tight budgets are these days, bottom line. Inflation is killing a lot of things. And, I just had to put in my comment on that. I heard something earlier, just briefly, I'll say someone mentioned about there were 1,600 units coming available or online. Those would fall into the category for implementing this climate fund, right? So that's really all I have to say.
Can you clarify for something I'm not sure I fully understood? Are you calling as a business or as an individual person?
I'm an individual person, but I have a rental. But I am an individual that has a residence here in Milwaukie.
And you have also a rental unit as a business?
Correct. I have to take out a license for that, but don't you guys also have business licensing and rentals for people who have rentals, and that's considered a business too? But you have to designate one or the other. Does that make sense?
I wasn't sure I caught that last. Sorry, it was hard to hear.
I'm sorry. Well, I know I pay a licensing fee for having my rental, but there's also a licensing fee for other business category, other business. Whether it be Joe's Saloon, they probably pay a business license. I pay a license fee for my rental. And my point is I'm wondering if just even to start this climate fund, if you could, take some money, some funds from other places for however minute it might be. I just feel at this point in time, inflation is killing a lot. It's cramping my style. 53 programs for an action plan of categories. That's a lot of program ideas. That's great.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anybody else?
You're welcome.
Anybody else online?
There are no other people online, no hands raised.
Okay. So next up, Ken Crawford. Is there somebody, Ken Crawford? Nope, left. Okay. Michael Ranella?
Okay. Michael Renella, Milwaukie resident. I was hearing her talk about the survey. And, I wonder, who did that survey go out to? Was it people that follow and get their emails or something like that? People that maybe approve more of their actions. But if you just look at Milwaukie Facebook page, 10 hours ago, this event was posted, and there's over 154 negative comments and reactions. This is not going to go well. So far, I'm looking at this and I'm just thinking, my main issue, the reason why I'm here, is not even for today, it's for 5 years from now, because none of you can point to one tax that's ever come down. I don't know who this is going to help. I just don't see it. I don't know what ethnicity group, and when you're all running for election, it's always, how can we help the person that's struggling? This doesn't help anybody, and it's not going to stop. This tax is going to, I'm going to call it a tax. It's not a fee, because if this fee is not paid, who has to take care of that? It's just going to hit the business owner. It's going to hit the homeowner. Nothing is getting cheaper. All taxes are going up. Property taxes. I mean, the police need help. A lot of people need help. I mean, we have an EPA. We have, we have DEQ. We have a lot of different government groups that can do things, do what we're already paying them for. I mean, the amount of money, what was it, like $53 billion was given to the EPA this year, 2022. So I don't see this as being anything that's going to help. It's only going to hurt people more and more. And my concern is, where are we going with this? I mean, am I going to look at my water bill and see that it's $100 more and it's going to say climate fund, on there? It's something I'm supposed to be at work right now. I'm so concerned about this. I don't want my family's business to move to Milwaukie. We've been in business in Portland for 107 years. It is terrible over there. We're getting slaughtered in all kinds of ways. And when I think about the city of Portland handling and caring about environmental issues, I'm not seeing it. I'm seeing homeless fires all over the place, burning plastic and tires and everything else. I'm not seeing the level of concern from our leaders realistically on environmental issues. In Portland, we cry about the environment, but we're not doing anything currently. This doesn't fix anything. This is only going to hurt the people, the businesses. And we talk about businesses not being people. People own businesses. People work for businesses. We got to stop hurting the people, hurting the businesses around us. So that's all my take on this. I appreciate you guys' time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Rita Lynn.
Do I just start?
Say your name and city of residence for the record.
I hope you can hear me okay. My name is Rita Lynn, and I've been a Milwaukie resident since the end of '89. We bought out here because my father-in-law offered us the property. It came with 2 houses on it. We have been paying stormwater drainage per house. We could leave our little house empty forever and we'd still be paying the fee. And there's no storm drains on our street, and there never will be. And that's just an example. We do not need another fee on our water bill. Our water bill shows that we use something less than $8 per month in water, and the bill is almost $200 a month. Now, I know part of that's because of the Clackamas County water treatment plant and all that stuff. One of the main points I want to make is this. Mark and I had a chance to greet each other out in the hall, and I expressed my concern to him about his stance when it comes to quote unquote climate change. And and he told me I need to read the science, I need to get my self-educated on the science. I am. I brought the book with me. And I will continue self-education in that area. But what I understand is one of the main focuses is lowering carbon dioxide. The main greenhouse gas is water vapor. Do we not understand that when you reach 150 parts per million in the atmosphere of CO2, plant life ceases to exist? We want to be this really verdant green tree, canopy tree city, but we oppose carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. We won't have anything green without enough carbon dioxide. And I would just like to briefly read this brief quote from Ed Ring. He says, "What historians will definitely wonder about in future centuries is how deeply flawed logic, obscured by shrewd and unrelenting propaganda, actually enabled a coalition of powerful special interests to convince nearly everyone in the world that carbon dioxide from human industry was a dangerous plant-destroying toxin. It will be remembered as the greatest mass delusion in the history of the world, that carbon dioxide, the life of plants, was considered for a time to be a deadly poison. Are you politicians or are you statesmen and women? We not only have a country to save, we have a future to ensure for our children and our grandchildren. Putting this climate thing fund into place is the wrong action and absolutely at the wrong time. Thank you.
All right, Rob Reynolds.
Good evening. My name is Rob Reynolds. I'm from the city of Milwaukie. I hate to follow that, man. That was awesome. She was spot on. And I think that Mike, I think was his name, was spot on. The cost of everything right now. I don't know if you guys go to Starbucks or not, but it went up another 20 cents. So you go, oh, well, I can afford that. What about the people that can't afford Starbucks that you're going to add on to their utility bill? Are you guys thinking about these fees? And the other question is, what was it, like 200 people that did the surveys? So what total percentage of Milwaukee citizens is that? 2%? Maybe my math's wrong, but it's not even a percentage of Milwaukee residents that would pass an initiative that would elect the mayor over me. It wouldn't even do that. So you're taking a poll that won't even elect anyone here in this room, and you're using that to make a decision? That doesn't make any sense. If you guys want to do this, why don't you send it out to the voters to see if they pass it? Send it out to the citizens of Milwaukee and say, hey, we'd like to do this fee. We'd like to get your permission. Let's send it out to the voters and let them make the decision. If you guys really think that it's that important and people are that strongly for it, send it out to the voters and say, hey, we want to do this fee to save the environment, to take care of these 53 programs. Can we get your permission to do it? If it's that important to you, send it out to the voters and see what happens. Because I don't think it's going to get passed. Not if you only get 200 people that are willing to take the survey. Just think about that when you're looking to vote for this. Think about what you're willing to pay for and what people are willing to pay for and how hard it is to afford things nowadays. Until our costs come down, adding fees just doesn't make sense. So please, please, please think about what you're doing before you do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Brad Reed.
Good evening, everybody. Mayor Gemba, City Council, my name is Brad Reed. I live in Milwaukee. We're in the Hector Campbell neighborhood. I'm here today to urge you to move forward with the Milwaukie Climate Fund. We know many of the elements of the City Climate Action Plan will have local benefits, as well as doing our part to slow the global crisis. Having this dedicated fund to help the city more effectively and quickly scale our climate action will be a game changer. As staff mentioned, we really do need to accelerate timelines on so many projects. Beyond the clean energy improvements, the climate resilience programs will help us prepare for the climate extremes that is already harming us. For instance, increasing tree canopy will lower extreme heat and help clean the air with other benefits. I want to praise the thoughtfulness of council and staff for putting the fund structure so that low-income neighbors are not burdened at all, and the rest of us are asked to contribute a modest amount for the really big difference that this can make. I have to confess, I've had my eye on this item for a while. I read about it in the Milwaukie pilot, in my utility bill, and if I'm not mistaken, even received a small mailer with individual information. I took the Engage Milwaukie survey myself, along with many others. The community education elements came through many of my channels, and listening to community is so important. After all that outreach, I really believe this is your leadership moment. Important decisions like this are the reason we, the people of Milwaukie, put our trust into you all to study and move forward with these kind of things. It's been clear for years that climate action is a priority for the people who live in this city. And that's why so much time and effort has gone into the Climate Action Plan and related items. If you're looking to take further stock of the values that we have here, look no further than the recent election. Mayor Gambra, I will miss you in this building, but look forward to having you as our state representative. That campaign was #1, clear cut, all about climate action, and Mayor Gambra won overwhelmingly. I think the people have spoken on that, and I urge you to pass the climate fund. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, Kirk Irwin.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Appreciate the opportunity here. Local resident Kirk Irwin. Just wanted to support it. I'm a proponent of your climate action bill. I think it's a step forward, especially if you're dealing with this existential crisis. It's imperative, after coming out of COVID, that they take this consideration and people realize that if we don't address this in a very important way, we will be taking 3 steps back. We already lost 4 years in any type of climate action or any type of 50% initiatives with the past administration and with COVID that's gone on. So I just wanted to state it at that. I'm a Sierra Club member. And there's also environmental groups that I like dealing with, as a matter of fact, because they became charitable contributions that allow us to let the professionals and the science and the data come out so we can be progressive. The city can piggyback off of the Sierra Club. There's the Oregon Environmental Council. We know, everybody knows that there's public purpose fund that we pay on our PG&E bill, which is 1.5% on that. The Energy Trust operates that. In fact, they've been operated under that for almost, I'd say 20 years now. So that regimen of that financial subsidy through PG&E, I've been a Future Green Choice, the current name is the Future Green Choice. I've been with on their program in starting this community off of Lava Drive since 2002. It was almost $5 to $6, right, for that fund, for them to try to explain where they're going to do the renewable energy projects, right, to make it conducive to basically us ratepayers. The bottom line is, I only pay right now $1 more for a plan that is so progressive in nature for the well-being of our community. when we deal with climate change, it almost educates itself. They even have a renewable fund they do. So what I'm alluding to is that our environmental groups that are out there, the conservation groups that are out there, you guys know about them, but you'll be able to reach out and they will support your effort. The private industry, as we all know, is bringing in these climate crises that we have, want to also induce the private sector to join up with them. That automatically puts money potentially into your fund when there's a burden on their ratepayers or they're concerned. I don't know too much about the storm side of this because I am up off of River Road, so I deal with the Oak Lodge people up there. So my particular sewer and water bill is completely different. It's reasonable, and I try to do my water conservation, for my particular tenants there as much as I can. But with that in mind, all I'm alluding to is the faster that you move into this fund, the faster that you maybe throw 3% into it for a grant fee for your Milwaukie High students when they're 16 and they can start working. All that moves progressively forward. We know that 75% of the people know the potential problem with climate change, period. And the other 25%, you got to give them the benefit of the doubt, whatever you may believe in, or whatever supports your effort or your own beings is up to you. But I support it big time.
Thank you.
And I think it should be very proactively put forward.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else online?
No, nobody else, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right. Well, it doesn't have it in my script to have you guys respond, but I would like you to, because I do have a question that the first person online brought up. So if you say have a rental property, a rental house, I assume that's just another $2 and whatever, 15 cents or whatever it is per house.
Yep, so it's essentially what you have on your utility bill. So if it's a unique utility bill for that property, then that's kind of how that fee is assessed for that land use.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And just to answer one of the questions that was asked, there was a question about outreach to businesses, and you did email the business registration list, which does include those rental, those landlords with a business license for that, as well as big businesses and everything in between.
Yep. So when folks operate a business in Milwaukie, including a rental property, they need to register with the city, or they can register as a metro business license. That's usually larger businesses that operate outside of Milwaukie will get a metro license instead. But particularly businesses that are located in Milwaukie, they usually get a Milwaukie registration. That was a list of over 1,200 individual emails associated with that business registration. So we essentially send a big email blast with a bunch of information and links to the survey, as well as the handout that I have up front and that I showed to you on the Engage page. That went to all of those businesses, regardless if they lived in Milwaukie or not, because some of them have businesses in Milwaukie, but they don't live in Milwaukie. We also included utility bill stuffers. So every utility customer within the city did get a handout that outlined the climate fund, what it would be used for, and then it links to our survey. So it did invite them to participate in that program survey. And then also had, of course, staff contact information to answer any questions that they might have. And it addressed actually tonight's council meeting.
And another comment somebody made was, well, at least postpone it to 2023. As drafted, what is the start date of the fee?
March 2023.
Any other questions? Kathy?
Present.
Did you have any questions? I'm sorry.
I'm fine, thanks.
Okay. All right. Well, is there any council discussion on the proposed climate fund?
We have to close public.
No, because it's not actually a public hearing.
Oh, okay.
It's a ordinance amendment.
I do have a concern with what the first commenter said about inflation, you know, and how everybody's feeling the pinch. And I do wonder if this is a good time to do this, because everybody's, can we kick the can down the road? I know I believe in this fund, right? I believe we should do it. I just wonder if now is the best time to do it.
Well, it doesn't start until March 23. What would be the appropriate start time?
Well, here's my next wondering. Is it appropriate for this council to make this decision right now, since it's going to be changing too? And I don't know when would be the appropriate time. Like, I don't have a crystal ball to see when inflation will go down, right? But the choice that this council makes, the next council is going to have to deal with the aftermath of that.
Oh, we're talking about $2.15, which would be half the cost of that cup of Starbucks.
With $2.15 for some, like I said, when we were talking about this earlier, when I supported the 500,000, that $2.15 to some people, right? They could stretch that. When you grow up poor, you know how to stretch $1.50, $1.25. I know I can go in and get, 6 boxes of Kraft macaroni and cheese. You know what I mean? When you have to stretch your money, you find ways to do it. I'm just wondering, is now the right time with inflation? Like, I don't know when inflation will go down. I just worry about families that are right on that cusp of being low income that we don't know about. And even though it is $2.13 or right?
It's 213.
213, sorry.
That's just my concern.
Let me just start first off. I share the same sentiment as Councilor Nicodemus, and I wanted the higher fee. I wanted the $3 fee. And I'll admit that what changed for me is hearing from a lot from the public once again in the process. The Linwood NDA had a presentation done, and a lot of the members from that NDA meeting had left with more questions than answers. And a lot of them had to do with what if the programs that the public wants we can't afford or results in a higher fee. A lot of it was that we have a fee amount already set without even knowing what programs the public is going to be getting. And the $2.13, I understand that that's a cup of coffee, but it compounds with everything is the issue. It's not just $2.13. It's also gas. It's also groceries. It's also property tax. It's also January, landlords are legally able to increase rent to 14.6% by 14.6%. We haven't really talked about the amount of evictions that are coming through. There's a lot that's right now immediate in front of families' faces that I don't know if an additional fee is going to be something that, that could teeter, especially, and again, with a new council coming in, that's going to be tough to wait through. I know it doesn't start till March, but I still don't think that's enough time. And again, I'm for the fee. Like I said, I was for the higher fee because I felt like it's an opportunity to raise funds, because we have no mechanism to raise funds for incentive programs in the first place. Like if we just wanted to do, hey, if we can, for every tree you plant on your private property, you'll get a credit on your water bill. We can't really do that right now because we don't really have the funds, or we'd have to work through those kind of things. And even in sitting at the budget meeting last night, a comment was made about funds availability that was made to similar to, I'm not sure, I don't remember who brought that up, but somebody else brought up the funds availability. And if there's funds that are sitting there in excess in regards to our utility rates, if we can put that money back into our ratepayers. And that's a discussion based on last night that may happen through the budget committee. And I think it would be better to have that discussion and keep climate action as a goal and find a way to reduce people's bills before we increase it. For the sake of the public, for the sake of us wanting to be successful at what we do, and to ensure that the $2.13 is going to satisfy exactly what the public is looking to do, and also pay for what we need to pay for in terms of full-time employee. I just think it's moving a little bit too quick, more than the public would want it to. And I think it's going to cause more harm than it is in the eyes of the public. We have we still don't know the results of the mayoral race, but we have two bright new counselors coming, and I would love to hear their opinions and love to see their resources brought to the table in regards to this, especially that it's so close to them starting their term. I'm not against it, but I do think it may warrant us keeping climate action as a goal until some of this pressure released off some of these families that are struggling right now. And I'm one of them. I'm door dashing till 3 a.m. to make ends meet right now. So I'm right there. And it's not the $2.13 fee, but it's a combination of everything that's steadily increasing with no sign of respite on the horizon. And if there's a way that we can even drop $10 off people's monthly water bill and then propose a $2 fee or even a $3 fee, they're still winning. There's still a $7 a month respite for them that eats that up, and it's still a net benefit for them. I see all of the benefits to this, and I know there's quite a bit of people that do as well, and they want to do this, but I think it would be wise for us to take a step back, do a little bit more work as opposed to just 2 weeks on engagement, and really find out what it is the public wants and figure out if $2.13 is even going to get us there.
Well, I mean, I came into this tonight thinking that we hadn't done enough engagement, and we heard that from some of the public comments we had. But then when I looked at some of the results that Natalie showed, I mean, 187 survey results is, it's not a high percentage of Milwaukee voters, of Milwaukee residents, but it is a pretty good return for our engaged Milwaukee surveys. I mean, a lot of them don't get that many returns. So, and I was pleasantly surprised to see how many of those skewed positive. I mean, they were definitely more positive than negative. And the business, I frankly thought we'd hear from some of the bigger businesses that are more likely to, in some of the categories that are more likely to have some of the bigger hits, and we haven't really, as far as I know. I don't know exactly who every person we got a letter from is, what size of their business is, but a lot of them seem to be the landlords, the rental people, of which I happen to be one, so I would be paying twice because I have a rental unit in my basement. Yeah, I mean, I came into this feeling like maybe we needed more outreach. But as we went through the evening, I'm increasingly comfortable with it. We have a low income exception, and we're creating an exception for the people who have solar panels and who have invested in some way in climate strategies. I think that climate has been a city goal for 6 years, and adopting this fee allows the city some breathing room to look at other things that the community might want. It provides the funding to keep the climate work going and yet allow the next city council to look at what other priorities the city should have. Because if we keep climate as a goal, it's going to be a goal till 2050 or 2060 or wherever. I mean, if we keep it as, if we don't find a way for it to be sustaining itself, then there's so many other things the city doesn't work on. Yeah.
Council President Heisey has her hand up.
And thanks. And I don't think that just because it's been on the docket for X number of years justifies taking it off if we haven't done the work or because we've decided we should be done with the work now. And I feel like what I learned from the extensive comments we received in the Office of the City Recorder's box is that we haven't done the work. And I agree with both Councilor Nicodemus and Kosar Badi that our community is telling us they want more time to have this conversation with us. And I have always been passionate about the climate work that the city has done. That's how I ended up on council in the first place. I too absolutely believe we need to find a way to fund this work in an ongoing capacity. This has never been for me about opposing our climate work. My difficulty with this process has always been the process itself. I have thought about this and it has been painful, you know. I agree that we got good survey results and that's great, but we are also hearing in the community that people want to know what they're getting for their money and that nobody was really given the opportunity in that survey to engage more deeply and to understand what the what it means to invest in our climate action plan. And that is a tremendous opportunity for us to say, hey, folks, this is what we came up with a few years ago. This is the work we've been doing. This is what we'd like to do going forward. I don't see that as a barrier. I think it's a way to build our strength as a community that believes in climate change and addressing it head on. And I really feel like we owe it to the community to show people a little more detail about what they will get. There were some really good questions asked. And I would like to answer them. And I also want to touch on the fact that there's a low income exemption. That is critical. But one of the things we saw in that survey, at least I think we saw it, that print was amazingly tiny, Natalie. Please don't ever do that again. It's very hard to see on Zoom. I know you were trying to get a lot of information in there, but it's a little rolling feedback. I think I saw that of people who self-identified as low income, participation in our utility bill low income rate option was actually very low. And you see that across the board. And I'm carrying with me knowledge from talking about tolling. I sit on a committee where we're talking about tolling in the region. And one of the problems is that you can say, hey, okay, we're going to exempt low-income people, but people who actually need help and qualify for help often do not sign up for it or take it. So I don't think it's enough to say, well, we have a low-income exemption and figure that that magic wand is going to fix it. I feel like we need to have a little more time and talk with folks in the community around how we can successfully address this if we are implementing a climate fee and successfully ensure that we aren't impacting the folks that Councilor Nicodemus is talking about. those folks who are on the margins, that we're not impacting our senior citizens who generationally are disinclined to take what feels to them like a handout. I mean, those are my grandparents. I get it. I know what that pride comes from. It's from the Depression era. So there's just some things here that are worthy of being unpacked. And I would love to honor the value and importance of this fee and of the work that would be funded by this fee by giving it the time it deserves. I had suggested at our last discussion, keeping this as a goal to allow that work to continue, the conversation around this fee to continue. And I still think that that's the appropriate way to go. Let's honor the value of the work we've already done by doing it well to the point where it is no longer a council goal.
So to get very specific, I have a question for the three of you that have proposed we wait and do more outreach. Who do you propose does that outreach?
Us, counselors. We can be a part of it like we do with parks.
So we're not suggesting that Natalie and Peter have anything to do with the outreach?
Natalie and Peter will need to have something to do with it.
I couldn't hear that.
Natalie and Peter will have to have something to do with it. And I think we've shown that with parks and other spaces as well.
Yes, I would say that this will take staff time, and I do acknowledge that that means a reordering of the work and that you all have a ton on your plates. And I'm sorry about that, but I feel like figuring out the way to actually get our climate action plan funded long-term should be the top priority for the short term.
So having them do that rather than negotiating the green tariff fund with PG.
I am not convinced that it's an either or.
Oh, it is.
I would like to hear that from staff.
So depending on what level of engagement, I mean, I think there's a few questions that we would need to ask specifically, what feedback are you wanting from the community? How is this shaping what decision you're going to be making? What are the levers that are subject to change? Depending on how robust of an engagement process that you want, it could either be, the reason why we kind of chose online surveys and kind of utilizing kind of the media that the city already leverages for outreach is just because that takes the minimal amount of staff time because we have those processes established. When we start to do kind of more of that in-person engagement through events, that does start to take a lot more staff time. So it's very dependent on kind of what you're visioning for engagement. It could be, I hate to say it without even knowing, and it depends on how involved the community is going to be regardless, but it could be a project that's, smaller, like maybe backing off some of our other more like natural resources type programming that we offer for private property and do outreach, or it could be extremely robust, which would then mean something like sacrificing any sort of utility negotiations, exploratory programs, which take a little bit more time, but without knowing exactly what you would be looking for. I hate to put a number to it.
And I would just add, I think that's really sort of important. That is important to understand sort of what's the desired, as we look at this engagement, what is council looking for to help them make their decision on the fee? So, how do we tailor that engagement process would dictate how much time and effort goes into that. So, and there's engagement takes time, and there's engagement involved in everything that we do as it relates to the climate work. So whether it's the engagement on the climate fund or on the green tariff or discussions about natural gas, I mean, there's engagement that we have to do with all of this. So there's a lot there.
Just to be clear, I'm not as concerned about engagement as I just am about inflation and hitting people in their wallets and pocketbooks. I feel like the engagement was taken care of. I'm just worried about putting people at risk financially when they can't afford it. So, like I said, my concern is inflation and people not being able to afford a fee right now. I'm all in support of this fee, but can we do it later than March, right? March does seem like it will be right around the corner. I mean, Thanksgiving, you know, Christmas is like not
You're
that
just
far
looking
away,
forward to the
right?
next time I'm back here at council is what I'm hearing.
Yeah. So, you know,
Well, I don't think there's anything sacrosanct about March, right? I mean, July 1 is usually when our fees change. So, I mean, I think we could pick a date, or
or we could wait till the next council comes in and they, you know, that new council can decide on that, right? I mean, yes, it's important, but are we overstepping right now with this council coming to an end? Is it appropriate for this council to make this decision?
So, a couple of things that I want to point out. Yes, we've received, let's call it 30 pieces of negative feedback on this. Typically, when people are happy with what you're doing, they don't say anything about it. So reading it that way is quite potential to say, okay, there's 30 people that don't like this and 21,770 that do. Recent, as Mr. Reed pointed out, a recent election where that was the very distinction between the two candidates was one was strong on climate change and one was opposed to doing anything to address climate change. And it was an 80-20 split in favor of doing something about climate change. People in Milwaukee expect us to do this work. We can keep it a council goal forever if you want. The difference is we're roughly funding that at 1 FTE right now. The opportunity here was to be able to potentially bring on a second person to begin to do this work faster. And if there's anything we know about climate change, it's that we have not been moving fast enough on it as a country, as a world, as cities, as states, as anything. And we need to be moving faster. The clock is absolutely ticking. I hear the inflation thing. I'd be willing to bet that of the people in this room, I probably have the lowest income. And I'm perfectly happy to pay what I'm going to be charged for this, because this is work. There is literally nothing more important that any level of government should be doing right now. Nothing. Literally nothing. The pain that people are feeling right now with inflation is going to pale in comparison to when farmers cannot grow food because the growing season is so screwed up that they don't even know what to plant. It's going to pale in comparison to when that river out there is about 4 feet higher. It's going to pale in comparison to when all of these trees that Oregon is so well known for have died and are on fire. That's the reality that we're looking at. And I get that Milwaukee by itself doing this work is not the solution. The point is that everyone everywhere should be doing this. Part of what we have been for this state is an example. there are cities all over this state that are doing climate action plans and doing this work because we did this work. Continuing to set an example of how you do this work more and better and faster is valuable. And it's valuable beyond the impact of our little city. If we do more engagement, that takes time out of Natalie's opportunity to work with PGE to get the green tariff program up and running faster. It takes time out of Natalie's opportunity to deal with methane. It takes time out of Natalie's opportunity to help people find programs to replace methane stoves in their homes when those federal funds are out there. All of those are things that could be doing to actually move the needle, rather than having a further conversation to convince the vast minority of people who either are confused or are opposed to this work. There are certain moments when leadership is called for. I believe this is one of those. We did it earlier tonight. We passed code around EVs that several other cities that I've talked to are struggling with. How are they going to cause what they want to have happen, which is to cause actual EV chargers to be put in parking lots of new construction? We solved that. We passed that. I guarantee you there will be cities reaching out to Natalie and Peter within the next 2 months to say, wait, how did you do that? What code did you pass so that you could cause EV chargers? Because according to the state, we're not allowed to do that. This is what leadership looked like, you guys. And this is a moment when that is required. You can kick it down the road and maybe the next council will do it, or you can keep it as a council goal for the next 30 years and not do other things. But it's $2.15. It's less than that for people who are renting. And it's even less for people who are low income. It's pretty nominal. The majority of it is paid by businesses. The businesses were all informed. And we didn't have any businesses in here screaming at us. I think this is the right time, and I think it's important that we pass this.
I do respect and appreciate everything that you've said and your passion for climate change, because it is happening, it is real, and I hope more people will get on board with it, and more cities and more states, and hopefully, the world, because time is running out. But leadership also does take into consideration what people are currently facing every day. And I do know, because you can look it up online, there is a record number of evictions on its way coming down the pipe. There is a lot that people are facing with immediately that are right in front of their face that are looking at this just like we've heard from people, another tax. And I'm not so much focusing on the 30 people. I know that there's a lot more people that are confused. They just don't know what they're getting for the amount that they're paying. And it's not, I know it's a $2.13 fee. Again, I clamored for the $3 fee. But I just think at this juncture, would it benefit us? Because here's the one thing we know about this fee, right? It is going to end up going up. It is going to get higher. It's not going to get lower. Our water, some of our water bills have doubled in 6 years. Just like the woman in the front had mentioned, for example, our water bill usage is $22. The bill was $125. And things are going to keep going up. And I just feel like, at the very least, if it puts the public's mind at ease, to say, hey, we're here, we hear you, we see what's happening with record inflation across the nation, on top of greedy price gouging. I'm going to say that too. But we see what's happening. We're going to slow down just a little bit to get a little bit more from you guys, and to find out exactly what you want this to pay for. We have no idea what we want to pay for. We did take that survey. But even that question was a little bit misleading. It wasn't really, it's like, hey, what do you want the city to, what programs do you want the city to focus on? It wasn't so much like, hey, you're going to be charged X amount of dollars per month for programs. What programs would you like to pay for? And there's a lot of animosity out there right now, just from so much coming down the pipe so quickly, that I think we're doing a disservice to the public by not taking a step back and breathing a little bit and saying, and taking into account all of the things that have been brought up. Because it's real. These are legitimate concerns. It's not just the $2. There's so much compounding it, and there's a lot of people that are in that range that don't qualify for low income, that are just on the cusp. And I just think it would, if there was any time to give the public a respite and say, hey, we're going to slow down on increasing your cost of living, I think now would be the time. Again, I'm not against this. Like, I just want to make it clear. I may not be as well educated in climate change, but I am educated in business because I had one in Milwaukie and I had multiple businesses. I'm educated in what it costs to keep a roof over our head, and I'm educated in what it takes to keep 3 people in a house and pay those bills and make ends meet. And I do know that at this moment, that's something that people are struggling with right now, who may not have a roof over their head in 6 months from now. And that's what I'm concerned about, is how they're feeling about this. And about if all it would take is a little bit better understanding and a little bit more on what are you willing to pay for, as opposed to, hey, this is what you're paying. What do you want to get for this? But it says, hey, this is what you're paying for. What is it that you want to pay for? Do you want it to go to weatherization? Do you want it to go, like, my initial thought for this was more that it was going to be something to help go back to the public. Most of the funds would go back to the public to do things like weatherization, to bring their bills down. But from that survey, it doesn't seem like a lot of the options were that. A lot of it was more tailored to educational stuff. But that's not going to help people's bottom line. And the one thing that the gentleman, Michael, I believe his name was, that said that resonated with me is that it's a fee and it's just going to go up. What fee do we know if that's gone down? So unless we can commit to, which we can't because we have a new council coming in, unless we can commit to finding a way to reduce people's costs by March, then I think we need to postpone this.
So we are about an hour past on the agenda tonight. I hear some decisions. If you're open to it, I'd like to just walk through what I'm hearing and see if you'd like more discussion or where you're at. So what I'm hearing, there are 4 choices. Yes, proceed with this. No, don't proceed. Delay with engagement, or just delay to the new council. Am I hearing, first and foremost, are those the 4 choices that I'm hearing correctly?
Can you say those again? I'm sorry.
Sure. So yes to the fee, no to the fee. Delay to the new council, or delay to do further engagement. I'm here. That's what I've heard from the 5 councils. Is that correct? Okay. Can we do a quick straw poll just to make sure that I'm hearing it correctly, or do you feel like you need more conversation on this?
Sorry, I didn't mean to go on a diatribe.
No, it's not a problem. We just have some of our amazing support team from to work on the bond here with us
We
tonight.
still have another item tonight, at least one.
So I can run through it quickly, but I believe where we're at is that we have 3 for delay. 2 are delay with engagement, and I'll need some clarification from Council President Heisey on that, and 1 for delay till the new council. And then I heard 2 yeses tonight. Is that correct? Okay. Council President Heisey, can you just tell us, are you for the engagement piece or just for the delay?
You know, if we're going to kick this to the new council, which I feel would be appropriate, it can be their decision on how much engagement is needed. I think the delay is the most important piece to me. I feel like engagement would be helpful, but I can defer to the new council on that piece.
Okay, then we are going to put this on a future council for discussion only, just about what kind of next steps would be wanted in order to consider this at a future date. And we'll put it probably, looking at our agendas, I'm guessing February. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. All right. Safe access for everyone, street surface maintenance program and urban renewal bonding discussion. This will be kicked off by our Assistant City Manager, Kelly Brooks.
Comes up.
Okay, the last part of the agenda tonight. So I'll try to be concise. We are here to talk about the infrastructure bonds that would combine our SAFE, SSMP, transportation, and URA infrastructure projects into a single issuance. I have it as 2023, but it's fiscal year 2023, but we would be coming back on December 6th to actually approve a resolution if you all give us the go-ahead tonight. And it may actually be complete by the end of the year, but it would be end of this year, early next year when the debt would actually be issued. I am here tonight with Michael Osborne, who's been serving very capably as our Assistant Finance Director. He is here to help answer any questions you have about the impact to the city's budget. John Peterson with Piper, who is going to come up after me and talk about the actual debt, the total, how much debt this is and what it would cost the city. And then Golgan is here from Hawkins. She's our legal expert. So hopefully between the 4 of us, we'll all be able to answer any questions that you have. I don't know how to make it go forward, Scott. Oh, here we go. Got it. Okay. So we talked about this a few times, but I just want to go back to, so when I got to the city in 2018, this was new. We'd had the SAFE fee that was enacted and wanted to figure out if we could make the program go faster. And so we worked through a bunch of different scenarios to talk about if it should be a 9-year program or it should be a 9-year program. Do we want to issue all that debt at once? And so we worked with John. John was a part of that and he has that background. But we decided that time to do 3 years at a pop. So not do all 9 years at once, but do 3 years. We did that for the first time and we actually just mostly largely expended through all that within the last 3 or 4 months in terms of the amount of projects that have been obligated. So at that time, we also, in the last budget cycle, we adopted the 5-year action plan, which helped focus where we wanted to invest our URA resources, our TIF resources. And so after talking it through with the experts and with you all, we did decide that we should combine those 2 debt issuances into one in order to save us on fees because they're all within the same period of our budget. So fiscal years 23, 24, and 25. And so that's kind of how we got here. And so in your staff report, we included sort of a staff proposal that is a total of about $24 million in projects. 6 million of those are SSMP, just under 9 million are SAFE, 3.46 are transportation, and then just over 5 million are urban renewal projects. And again, the only projects that are included are ones that are in the budget, the adopted budget in our CIP. So no new extra projects. And we did assume in the budget, which I'll walk through in a minute, that we would need to issue debt.
So can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
That number for SSMP, I guess that's surprised me as high, because SSMP is only arterials, right? It's arterials and collectors.
No, we have expanded, and that's sort of, we've kind of hinted at, I don't know if we've hinted, we've said it explicitly actually in different updates. When we did the SAFE program, we've had to extend that past arterials and collectors because we can't just leave streets totally unpaved. And so, there are some residential streets. But in general, our paving costs have been very high. It's been one of the more expensive elements to incorporate into our projects. And so
distinguish what's in SSMP from what's in transportation.
Where the funds, I mean, it's largely both. You can use transportation funds and SSMP funds on the same types of activities. We prioritize our SSMP funds for our projects that are identified in the plan. So we had our 10-year projects, but they are somewhat interchangeable. They're both going towards paving for the most part. I don't know if that answers it, but we can come back to that if I didn't. Okay, so in the budget that was adopted, we did assume that we were going to do a $21 million transportation bond with those 3 sources. We budgeted $130,000 to pay for the bond counsel and fees associated with that issuance, and an increase in $577,000 or 20% in debt service for the transportation. For the URA, we assumed a $6.5 million debt issuance, and that we would have $100,000 for bond counsel and fees. So that is what you all approved in the budget. That is why we're back here tonight. We're just kind of pulling the cord to initiate what was adopted in the budget. The one difference I would say, and John can talk more to this, is that we did assume a 30-year bond, not a 20, but based on the current financial situation that we're in, it's 20. So he can talk about the implications of that more. So I actually got some great questions from Councilor Beatty. So I just actually wanted to answer them all, if that's okay, because I thought y'all might have some of the same ones. So why only one scenario? The last time I was here, I talked about doing a few different scenarios. The more I dug into it, I tried to be as conservative as I could and really just focus on the projects that are in the CIP in the first 3 years that I believed could truly be delivered within those 3 years. The one that fell off that list, which is programmed as International Way, that's actually officially on the within that 3-year time horizon, but just from staffing constraints and cost increases that we see, I wasn't as confident that we could get that done. And I also pulled off some of the smaller projects, a couple of the smaller projects like crosswalk art and that kind of thing. Beyond that, I would almost need to be making some pretty different decisions about what moves forward or doesn't move forward in the 3 to 5 year time frame, because the budget assumed debt. So it's almost like I have to create if we decide not to do this, which is obviously within your total project, I would have to create different scenarios, which is okay. We're now only going to have this amount of money. We assumed this amount. So these are the projects that could move forward, and we would kind of shuffle it around. But so I I have the budget, I have the plan, and the plan assumed the debt. And so I tried to tighten it up, but I didn't feel like I could go much beyond making those adjustments without sort of undermining the adopted budget that we had, if that makes sense. And then you asked a question, doesn't Slurry Seal have its own line item? Yes, they all do. So they all have their own line items. It's just the SSMP fund, if you don't do the debt, doesn't have enough money in to do all those projects, because it assumed we were going to be issuing debt. So yes, but it's in the same boat as everything else. You can't move all those things forward if you don't issue the debt. You would have to change it. And then what does the total debt service cost? I'm going to have someone else come up and tell you that. But you'd asked, what could you do for staffing? So this is kind of an important one to me. I just want to hit this. So one of the biggest delays that I would say I encountered when we were trying to get the program off the ground was that startup time of actually adding the new staff, getting the new staff trained up, and starting to kind of crank out more projects. I think when I got here, we were much more on kind of the one project, big project a year, and we've been trying to get more up to the 2 to 3 and move that forward. So we did that based on a debt-funded program. If we're not moving at that pace, I actually don't need that structure. And actually, I'm using debt financing from the last time to help pay for that structure. So even if I could save money by not issuing the debt, by having the debt service money, it wouldn't really work that way. I wouldn't take that money and then add a staff. And in fact, I probably have more staff than I need if we're going to slow everything down. So I don't know if that helps
Well,
you.
so,
Okay.
I mean, that kind of gets at the question, but and it'll maybe be clearer once he starts showing us some numbers about what this debt service means. But I mean, I get that I don't want to lay staff off. So I wasn't proposing, let's do nothing. Let's do half as much. I mean, we have an opening now for an engineer. We have somebody, as I understand it, who will be retiring in the, maybe coming year. So, I mean, it seems to me with a half as much indebtedness and slowing some projects, we could, keep everyone busy, not have to lay anyone off, but also, ratchet downward a little. And I think that's what I feel has been lost in our discussions is like paying this debt service, how much we pay every year. I mean, everything we talk about doing, we always bump up against staff capacity, staff capacity, staff capacity. If we don't have as much debt, we have more money to spend on staff.
In this case, the debt's paying for the staff. The last issue. So it's
You're paying for the staff in one place in engineering.
Yeah. So in this place, that's where that's how I'm paying for that staff. And so if you're not issuing the debt and you're not continuing that type of program that would need that type of design services, it wouldn't. So if you're saying it different, you would like to put staff in other departments is I guess what you're asking me. If you didn't do this, could you pay for staff in other departments?
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I think there's always a cost to debt. I kept this pretty focused just on this team, and it certainly would not help the FTE situation within this team. So then, go ahead.
Well, so to that point, that's only looking at one aspect. So compare the difference between debt service and construction cost increases year over year, because what I've been tracking for 6 years is like a 15% increase year over year.
Right.
So you stretch out, like pick a project. Let's say we stretch out Monroe for 5 years. Well, 5 times 15 is 75. So now you've got a project that's almost double what it was going to be if you built it this year. So then the debt load starts to look a whole lot different. And I agree. I am seriously frustrated by the system in America where we allow banks to make a lot of money so that we can accomplish the things we should be accomplishing. But that's a different subject.
Yes, so I'm sorry if I didn't mention that. Yes, that is another trade-off is if you don't build something today, it's more expensive to build tomorrow. But I know we've all talked about that quite a bit too over the years. So that's just another downside to if it depends on what you want to do now. But yes, things get more expensive, particularly now. So the last question was if we just bond for the projects listed as identified as in design currently plus Monroe, what would that bond amount be? And I think that's about $11 million. I have a little asterisk on there just because, again, we'd have to go back to the drawing board a little bit on our whole plan. So we've been assuming we would move through the 3 phases and keep going, and that we were heading towards the second. And so we budgeted with that assumption, with those assumptions I showed you before. So if we aren't going to do all that stuff, then we need to look at the resources we have and figure out where those resources could go within the program. And at that point, I don't even know if I'd be issuing debt at all on those, because I wouldn't have that many projects to do. So I appreciate the question. It's just, I don't know that we would do that issuance then. We would need to go back and look and see what all's coming off and can't be delivered. And then
I did raise these questions when we were doing the budget, just for the record, I did highlight that we needed to have this conversation back then when we were doing the budget, so.
So we can do that, we can stop. But that's kind of what we'd have to do, is stop and decide which projects aren't going to proceed. And this is just my happy at the end, because I knew tonight would be kind of a hard night. We've done a lot of stuff. We've built a lot of things. One of my biggest fears when I started was that I wouldn't be able to do that. We wouldn't be able to get projects accomplished, and I'm actually really proud of us. The team has really done a great job and has delivered a lot of work. If now's a time when the city would like to take a different tact, totally within your purview. But I do feel good about where we are. I feel good about the structure we've built and the controls we put in place and our ability to deliver. So I will say that if you decide to keep going, I think we're ready to do that and keep moving the program forward. And with that, if you don't have any more questions for me, I figured you'd want to actually talk to the finance folks to hear from them in terms of like the costs and answer any questions you have on that. But do you have any for me before I stop talking?
Okay. I assume they're going to answer the rest of the ones I sent you, which are how much is our debt service as a proportion of our budget, and how much will it be with this? And
I think it's a combination of it's Michael and both coming up. Does that work? So I'm going to step back.
Good evening. My name's John Peterson. I've been here a bunch of times before, and you'd recognize my face, I think, if I didn't have a mask on. I understand there were a few questions, and I've heard some. I'll try and touch on what I can. My understanding when we were talking about this back in 2017, heading into the 2018 bond, there was a plan to do about $50 million in projects over a 9-year period. And in order to finance those, the notion was to do an initial financing, another one 3 years later, and another one 3 years after that. At the time, rates on what we call the short end of the curve, very short-term borrowing, and rates on the long end of the curve were not very different one from another. And so the decision was made because of uncertainty about rates. We were trying to build a program that would be robust or safe within projected rates as high as 5%. In other words, if rates were 5%, all of the planned projects would be, theoretically able to be completed as a hedge against construction cost inflation. The fees were indexed to the construction cost index such that the revenues coming in would be able to meet that. But we initially, there's varying times one of the risks in the markets is literally having access to a market to borrow money. Sometimes there's just not really the ability to borrow. And because the program was going to be stretched out over a 30-year period of debt, the decision was made then to borrow some of the money very short to mature in 2019, 2020, 2021, and then to have the balance of the debt backloaded because 30-year debt was at essentially the same interest cost as shorter debt. And so the cost in the early years would be the same, with the idea that we would have the opportunity to borrow for a shorter period on subsequent issuances and therefore give us more control against the threat of a 5% borrowing cost. And I think I'm way too far into the weeds. At any rate, maybe one of the questions that came up is now a risky time to borrow and do these projects. We've explored, most frequently we do what we call a public offering of bonds. That usually is the lowest interest rate cost, especially when you have a larger size project to borrow for. It typically has a 10-year period where the investors are protected from having the bonds called out of their possession. So they get the interest rate that they invested at for at least 10 years before they would be refinanced. Banks typically have a slightly higher interest cost, but they have more flexible redemption provisions. What is odd in the current market is that a bank financing over 20 years versus a public bond financing over 20 years, the bank financing is actually a lower interest cost in addition to having more flexibility to refinance the debt. I think there's some not unreasonable concern that the steps that are being taken to tame inflation may in fact lead to a recession. It may be a pretty hard recession, and if that's the case, we would expect interest rates to be a lot lower. And certainly you'd be hesitant to borrow now for a long term when rates might be much lower, say 2 or 3 years from now. An advantage of going with a bank placement, which is one of the structures that we've looked at, is that we wouldn't be stuck with a 10-year call protection period. We'd be able to refinance in 3 years. So if rates did get lower, the city would be able to refinance at a lower rate. The other side of that is usually you're balancing those things against each other, and what is a little unusual right now is that the bank rate is actually lower than the public bond rate, so you're getting both the flexibility to refinance and a lower rate.
Win-win.
It is a win. I think in terms of where rates are, I didn't want to put too many things in your hands yet, because a lot of times people then start reading the document and it's harder to just talk. Interest rates in the municipal market right now for a 20-year borrowing, you would be at an all-in cost. So the rate you'd be paying to your investor plus accounting for the issuance costs, all in is about a 4.1%. So we're well within the 5% test that we had kind of established as we can still complete all the projects if it's that high. At 4.1%, that is higher than municipal rates have been since 2011. But we've been in a really strange period of low interest rates. Before 2011, they were higher than now for a short period going back to about 2009, when rates were extremely low because of the recessionary aftermath of the financial crisis. Prior to that, municipal interest rates have never been as low as they are now. So we're in a very, historically speaking, still low interest rate period, although compared to, say, a year and a half ago, rates are about double. You know, we're talking about 4% now. A year and a half ago, it would have been 2%. So, you know, on a $20 million project, 2% is in fact $400,000 a year in different interest cost. The existing debt has an annual debt service. Well, it did have an annual debt service, and I don't have the previous on here, of closer to, I think it was about 1.8 million a year, but because after 2021, there was no principal, right now there's just interest expense on the 17 million that is outstanding and due later, and interest annually on that is $640,000.
Why is there no principal payment? Why aren't we paying some of both?
The reason we're not paying any principal is because bonds are issued as serial offerings. There's principal due this year, principal due this year, principal due this year. The plan was to have a new bond issue in 2021, and so there would have been principal starting in 2022, but because we didn't issue bonds in 2021, there's no principal to be repaid. If that makes sense.
Off of our 2018 bonds.
Off of the 2018 bonds,
So the payment
because
schedule for the 2018 bonds assumed another
the
bond
2018
in
bonds
21,
assumed that
21?
there would be another bond issued in 2021, and ultimately we were looking at also having another bond in 2024 to fund the entirety of the program. And if you think about well, if you look at a barbell, you have a bar in the middle and then you have the weights on each end. Because the interest rate in 2043 and beyond was essentially the same as the interest rate in 2019, 20, and 21, it made sense to take advantage of a low interest rate out longer because typically the rates go up as you go out longer. So we had principal at the beginning and principal at the end with a plan to issue more debt here that would have principal in whatever structure made sense based on the shape of the interest rate curve at that time. The idea was to reduce risk and lower costs overall across the entire program, rather than just looking at a single issue. The annual revenues right now from the SAFE, SSFMP, and gas tax is about $5 million. So the debt service, because there's no principal coming due from the 2018 bonds, is $640,000. So roughly a little under 8 times coverage from those fees. I don't know whether the SSFMP and gas tax and SAFE fees can be used for other things than transportation, but that's the funds that were or the fees that were established to pay for the projects. With the new debt, unfortunately, the numbers I ran, I rolled both the $5 million for the URA projects and about $19 million in transportation projects into a single issuance. And so the figure that I've got of annual debt service of around, it's about 1.8 million in principal and interest. Because of the way the yield curve is shaped right now, there's no advantage to pushing debt out in a particular direction or another. So we've established it just with level annual debt service. So that 1.8 and change added onto the 640,000 comes to about 2.5 million in annual debt service for the transportation projects. And with 5 million in annual revenues, you're still at about 2 times coverage, which is substantial. It's very, very high by any. In terms of a financial risk, I would say the risk is very low. That's a coverage ratio that would absolutely be consistent with the city's AA2 investment grade rating. It's even a little high. I think the main reasons that the city is not rated higher than AA2 is it doesn't have to do with indebtedness. It has more to do just with the absolute size of the city. Let me think. There was another question maybe that I was trying to answer. Oh, I think to reiterate perhaps Mayor Gamba's point, if the projects are desirable and within what the city wants to do, as long as the inflation rate on completing the projects is higher than the interest rate you're paying on the bonds, it costs you more to wait than to finance them and go ahead.
And if we're going to go into a recession, aren't the construction costs going to come down? They did in 2009, 10, 11, 12.
Yeah. Yeah, in which case the funds that, if the recession comes sooner, the funds that have been borrowed as costs come down will be able to be stretched and complete more projects than they would have otherwise. I think another positive of the present moment is because actually short-term rates are higher than longer-term rates, any funds that you borrow, there's what they call the carrying cost of the debt. In other words, you've borrowed the money, but you haven't completed the projects yet, and so you have cash that is invested. Typically, your invested cash does not earn as much as what you're paying on the debt going out, but in the present moment, you can actually earn in excess of your debt costs. So the unspent proceeds during the period of the projects actually don't cost anything to have that dry powder in the short run.
Yes, Kathy.
Thanks. Thanks for all of that information, John. That's really helpful. Sorry, I'm sick, so I'm just the voice from above.
Council President Kat.
Yes, Kathy Heide. I'm just, I'm mindful of the fact that in my experience with our budget, we've worked pretty hard to maintain a pretty low debt load. So I'm just curious if you can provide some perspective on if we do take on this bonding, as we've discussed, how we compare to other cities of our size. And this actually is probably a question for Michael as much as it is for you, and you may not either be able to answer it, but I'm just looking for a little more context.
Sure. I did not bring with me the most recent rating report from Moody's Investor Service, but one of the strengths of Milwaukee's credit is the relatively low indebtedness, and at 2 times coverage on this bond, that still is very strong coverage. It would be considered really of the highest quality credit. You look at your fees, you have something indexed to construction costs. I don't know whether the fee can also go down if you have construction deflation. But if you did, even if it were to get to 1.5 times or 1 1/4 coverage, you'd still be considered high investment grade. I don't know if that helps at all with the perspective.
I had the same question earlier, and I can look into it and come back.
Yeah, and it was more of a off the cuff curiosity than anything. Sure. So it's that, yeah, if you look into it, great, Michael, but don't sweat it. Thank you.
The city's indebtedness is well below median for its rating category, if that's helpful.
Yeah, that was about the 30,000 foot view I was looking for.
Sorry, I tend to get down low.
No problem.
I think, well, with that, I did bring a few packets that I thought I could put in council's hands that just cover most of what I've discussed. On the back of the packet,
Here, I'll do it.
On the back of the packet is we've got enough? Well, a comparison of basically the 2 scenarios, one being a public sale of bonds and the other being a placement with a bank. And again, probably too many numbers, and you may not be interested in the amortization period and the average life, but that shows both with rates where they are today and with rates at 0.5% higher than today. That's to allow for at least being able to project.
John, I did have one question that was posed to me earlier today that I haven't heard a response to. One of the things we work really hard to is not sitting on capital once it's in our hands. So on a bond, trying to make sure that we have things secured or contracts secured for construction within 3 years or under construction. Does the same rule apply with bank indebtedness?
I could defer to Goldman, but yes, it actually doesn't matter who you borrow it from. What matters is federal regulations for tax exempt debt.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I should just make one. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
just to make sure I understand this, so these two scenarios both say more or less $13 to $14 million total interest. That's over the whole 20-year course?
Correct.
So the interest is less than the principal?
Correct.
That was not my recollection from the first.
It was.
Was it?
It was not too different than this. It was ish 50% of what we were
borrowing.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you got a mortgage before, 2001 or something, you were used to seeing that you might pay 2 times in interest what you paid in principal on a home.
Oh, I did that.
Right, yeah. And rates are substantially lower than that. I think, 4% is a lot higher than a year ago, and still in historical terms, a very attractive rate for financing projects.
So I'm trying to understand the 20-year no cushion, 20-year.
Sure. So 20-year with no cushion just means that's the rate as the market puts it today. And because we don't actually know what our interest rate is until we sell bonds or actually make an agreement with a bank to place bonds, we're showing, here's where it is today. It could be 50 basis points less, but showing rosier scenarios isn't the soul of conservatism in terms of financial planning. So we just show the current rates, and then we show what if rates are higher.
So
you can know that if rates were lower by 50, 0.5%, then on roughly $24 million, that would save you $120,000 a year in interest cost. Which, given the bulk of what you're paying in all the scenarios is principal.
The bank loan makes a world of good sense given the weird financial times we're in right now.
Yeah.
That we could refinance it in 3 years if rates do drop in half again.
Yeah. That's I guess my favorite thing about my job is that I care about the public good, and I care about the projects that can happen. And even though I don't have anything to do with building that school or that hospital other than I helped get the money, I still get to walk by it and say, hey, I helped build that. So making sure that it makes sense is, that's the technical aspect of my job. It's the problems that I get to noodle on and solve. And so I did want to make sure I brought the most sensible option before you. I think there's some uncertainty as to whether we really will have a recession that has deflation. There's a chance that we could have a recession with continued inflation, and all we see is nominal costs rising, in which case there would be zero advantage to waiting. But I don't really want to sound like I'm just purely advocating for go ahead. I think the key considerations is, will the project likely cost more? Are the projects we're doing the ones that people supported when they supported the fee? And are the fees sufficient to pay for the projects? And the fees certainly are.
Well, and I really appreciate the creativity in finding the solution that allows us, if interest rates really do go back to historic lows, for us to be able to refinance. So I appreciated John finding that opportunity for us. But I think he and Golgan and others have done a great job of helping staff feel very comfortable with their current rate.
And when we talked about, it was mentioned originally a 9-year plan, and you told me earlier this year it's really now an 11-year plan?
Well, so the first tranche took 4 years. We had ramp up time that just was real. COVID slowed us down some. And I think some of those projects on the back end are further out. We don't have grants currently secured for them. They're just going to take us more time. I think I can let Kelly actually speak to the current tranche. I think the current tranche, she's come up with a pretty tight plan for these 3 years. But I think if we'd include an international way, I would have felt uncomfortable telling you that we'd be able to secure all those projects in that time. But yes, I think the reality is that we're going to be at 10 to 11 years, maybe even 12, to get all the projects on that list. We're also doing the TSP. I think that it's going to be important for the next council to have a conversation about whether or not that last tranche is the right set of projects and whether or not we need to do something different. So we've built that into the structure for the next 3 years to make sure that time has passed. And are we hitting the right things that the community wants us to hit in our set goals around safety?
I guess I could refer you also, just the first page inside the cover is the historical interest rates graph. Kind of show you where we've been and where we are. The lighter gray color represents a 10-year tax exempt rate, and the darker color is a 10-year treasury bond. They typically have a relationship where the tax exempt rate is somewhat lower, and that's the case now. But you can see that before 2009, well, I guess they did, I said never, but you can see that in 2003, briefly, the 10-year municipal rate did cross under 3%.
So the third page, the outstanding full faith and credit financing,
Yes.
doesn't include the library because that was a voter bond. That's different. Okay.
That's a separate security, separate revenue.
Can I make one correction from earlier? It's bothering me that I didn't answer it correctly. When you were asking me about FTE and debt service and where the funds could move, you probably gathered it from John's comments, but since this is only save SSMP and transportation, it can't move it can only be used for eligible activities or staffing within for those fund types. Does that make? Okay.
In other words, employees would be also partially paid out of utility funds in order to cover the cost for things like the wastewater, stormwater, and water infrastructure that's included in the projects. Okay, I think.
I went on too long and too much detail.
You were.
It's very good. Thank you. I appreciate it. You did lose me about 3 times. That's not surprising.
You came back. Are there any significant concerns, or do you feel comfortable with us bringing a resolution forward to proceed with the loan instead of the bond?
Yes.
It'll still be bonds.
It will still be bonds. There you go. Councilor Gazzarabadi?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Beatty?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I think, the point that the revenue is twice the amount of the debt service gives me some comfort. I will say, though, that when I voted for the first bond, it was I quoted you guys some of the language that there was a lot of concern and that it was a jump start on the projects. And I wasn't necessarily voting to do 3 bond issuances. I was voting on the one to get the safe jump started.
And, and my commitment, and I'll say it on air so that it goes into the record, my commitment is that during this TSP process and coming out of the TSP process, we will be reevaluating what is in that third tranche and whether or not there is a third tranche. The community's goals are changing. They shift over time, and we need to make sure that we're right scoped. I do feel good about the list that we have pulled together for this tranche, but I do hear you, and we will make sure that within a year and a half, which is about the time frame of the TSP, that we'll be back talking to council. Councillor Heisey?
Yeah, I think that we have a lot of community support for this tranche, and I would love to see us go ahead. And I echo your enthusiasm for the creativity. Thank you so much for putting that time in and figuring that out. That's a really tidy solution for us to just take it this direction.
And I didn't call on Councillor Nicodemus because he nodded.
Yes.
There you go. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Anything else?
Thank you all, and thank you for waiting so late. Sorry. It's one of those meetings.
It's funny because we put our public hearings first, which is usually what we want to do, but they were the things that had no public comment. And we're like, we should have put the public hearings last. Yeah.
All right, well, with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned.